What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Rest in peace, the Dark Chameleon. Peace to the gods. Check it, yo. It was a cold April morning under the constellation Aries. The moon was 85% under the luminaries. From the celestial waters to the womb my soul was carried. Then my mother gave birth to a warrior visionary. But when I speak this truth, I feel like nobody hears me. Every once in a while, I give sight to someone blind, floating on the globe in the heliocentric lie. Dilate your pupils the more you open your eyes. The truth is hidden in plain sight like a disguise. Until my mother's death is revenge, I won't feel satisfied. It haunts me when I think about the phone call when she died. A river worth of tears shed from my eyes. So I looked up at the sky and I asked God why. It's been 21 years, I'm still waiting for a reply. Since birth I've been at war, the attack our undeveloped minds. Indoctrination camps making us dumb, deaf and blind. I'm always thinking solutions, we are running out of time. The dirty witchcraft is weak, I see through all the lies. I clearly analyze all the symbols and the signs. When I connect dots, the truth starts to align. The people are the power, you could never eclipse my shine. I say the truth hurts, but the truth will set you free. They say hell burns and there's a one-way ticket for me. You create your heaven or hell whether or not you believe. I'm God and Satan, I have to balance out my chi. One day these seeds I plant will bloom so you can be all you can be. Never give up and always hold your head high, cause you are God, there's no need to look to the sky. What's good? Top of the AM. Pulling up some I'm surprised people are up. What time is it? Oh, it's after 8. I just watched this movie called Simulant. I watched Simulant and there's another one. I tried to watch the new Saw, but I couldn't even get past the beginning. It starts out with that same guy, still has cancer. So, to me, Saw's whack. The first one was good, I guess, if you like them type of movies. But, you know, how different can you possibly be? Peace, Morgan. Marustri from Romania. I heard Romania. Well, I've heard of Romania, but also the Tate brothers are from Romania. Not that they like made that place or anything, but besides them, Sweden. You know Renegade 1? He's from Sweden. Yeah, I forgot I downloaded the Book of Lilith. Interesting. Yeah, Sweden. He's the one who he taught me that means southwest of Eden. It's the first time I've ever heard that. But I've been looking at these before and after pictures. And when I look at them, it's like, how can people dare say we're in a advanced civilization? I mean, I guess some of them we can say are like this one. I guess I can say they advanced it a little bit. And I don't know about this picture. Like, I don't know if it's a green screen, but I know in 2000 the 2011 one looks pretty real. But you would have to be a nutbag to do that. One slip and one fall, and you're screwed. You are screwed, and that's a long drop, and that's not for me. Now, 1871. I don't know where this is, this building, but it's blown up. I would like to see this building in a painting before it was blown up. This is pretty much the same. 1870, 2015. How many years is that? 100 and man, 100 and 1970 would be 100 years. 30, about 145. 1887, 2015. That didn't change too much at all. Man, these pictures are good. Peace, Jen. I'm from the United States, or shall I say the divided states. Connecticut, which is on the East Coast, about half hour from New York City. Connecticut is a good spot. About a half hour from New York City, half hour from Rhode Island, half hour from Massachusetts. Damn, who else is supporters Connecticut? All right. Some of these before and after, like this one, you could see the growth of some of these cities. Like this one looked like in 1889, it looked like a little port. I don't know where this is. It might be Greece. Yeah, The U.S. ain't worth coming to anymore, man. These tyrants have destroyed the country. People think, maybe before that September event happened, America was worth coming to. Um, the police weren't militarized. Uh, and you could actually walk down the street without being harassed. And a new thing in America is you look suspicious. So suspicion has become a crime. Um, People can call the police and say anything. And yeah, it's just, I don't know. A lot of people are looking to leave America. They say every other country in this world is terrible. That's just because they want you to stay here. Now, granted, yeah, America is better than some other countries. And hopefully, yeah, the whole world is crumbling. I'm hoping people are ready to take back this world. If we could walk away, imagine the whole world walking away from the system and working together and just telling the banks and the GOV to go screw themselves. Now that would be dope. And huh, that's everywhere, Jen. And especially the cities like mine where it was a lot of factories, you know. Um, and all these factories left. They ruined everything. There used to be parades and just a lot of different things that went on. And when these big factories moved out, they were a major chunk of the city's money, and that was it, man. The city crumbled because they want to go overseas for cheap labor, and that's what happened. Stanley Works, Fafners, all these companies. I like this picture. I wonder who lives in that castle. 116 years later, and it changed a little bit. Huh, that didn't change. Wow, what happened here? It looks like Russia. Wow, yeah, even malls, Jen, are gonna end up becoming obsolete. We have a mall in the city, but I have a feeling that'll become obsolete. I mean, and that's what the government wants, because if all these jobs are lost to machines, what are people going to do for work? That gives the government an option to control everything, because they're going to put a system in play where people get money because they can't work. So as long as the government controls, I see it coming, man, to where this will be an opportunity for them to have super control. If there's no jobs and everything and they got to dish money out to people, imagine, man, you don't do what you're told, like I said in my rhyme. They're going to present digital chips. And if you don't do what you're told, your money will go poof, like it didn't exist. And that's what I worry about. And people are walking right into that trap. Yeah, let's go digital. That makes sense, Morgan. They want, well, I think the new world order already is in play. They want one world order. They already got all their minions to fall into place. Because if they don't, they got a lot of stuff to blackmail. Damn, I gotta do this one by one. Okay. I gotta erase some of these pictures. What time is it in Romania? It's gotta be at least evening time. I think you guys are 8 hours ahead. I'm just trying to get these pictures in order. When is this? Boop. Yeah, I showed this one. What's this? It's supposed to be from 1862. I forgot the name of this church. I think it might be Notre Dame. Let's see. I'm checking the chat. Yeah, food stamps. I grew up on food stamps. And I used to get food stamps. I remember when I came out of prison. And it didn't sit well with me, you know. They want, when you fill out that paperwork, they want to know everything. Like, people are really gonna tell them, like, right? They ask you, "Oh, you got money in the stash anywhere?" Like, people can be like, "Yeah, I got $6 grand in my shoebox under my bed," and it's just that's what I mean by, and this country has gotten so comfortable, and that's part of the plan is to rock people to sleep. And once you have control of people's rent, flow of food, um, and control of their money coming in, you got them. That person is 90 something percent gonna follow what you say, man, and tell them to do. And people don't look at the bigger picture, and when it's presented, they want to be in denial. And I get it. I get it. People don't want that to happen, but that's how I see it. Um, People be my friends tell me, "Oh, there's tons of jobs." Where? I remember you could lose a job, go up the street and get another one. Um, most shit is becoming corporate, which is terrible. Family-owned businesses are going down the drain, and to me, family-owned businesses is what America's about, not this corporate garbage. People need to stop voting for the politicians who are putting this country into the ground. People should stop voting, period. And we should start. If the people um realize that they're the power, it just blows my mind how such a small percentage of these rich people can herd all the poor people, and we just go along with it. Like, okay, row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life ain't but a dream. Everything has gone terrible, even music. I miss the days when I would skip school, go out to this music store called Strawberries. Um, Especially if, like, I remember when Raekwon the Chef's Cuban Links album, Only Built for Cuban Links, came out. It was a purple tape. I skipped school, even though I didn't have money to buy the tape. My friend was buying it, and he had a Walkman, so we would each have a headpiece of the headphone and listen to it, and it was exciting. Then you would open up the album and look at the who produced this, who wrote the songs. There was always like artwork or stuff in the album. Now that's been stripped for music. The whole experience is gone, and to me, like, there's no. It's like nowadays, music has become the same thing as building a car. They're made to break. They're not made to last. They're made very fast. Music, it seems like these so-called artists aren't. They haven't. They say, "Oh, I mastered my craft," but they're lyrically garbage. Peace be. So it seems everything nowadays is going backwards. Like, I couldn't let no. I always wanted. Well, not always. I wanted to be a lyricist, but I didn't want to be signed by no label. To me, being an MC or lyricist, nobody writes your lyrics, you know? I even wanted to learn how to make beats. I write all my own lyrics. Nowadays, they could find Joe Schmo off the corner, right? The business, I mean the business side of music. They'll find any Joe Schmo, create some story, make up a story, and just like it's like building a character on a freaking video game. And boom, that's hip hop today. Most likely. Satan. That character is I don't know. These characters in these books. There's supposed to be a picture of that church being built, I think. Was it this one? No, it couldn't have been that one. Huh. It's supposed to be for the dam right here. Hoover Dam or the one up near Canada. I think this is the bridge in London. 1802, it says. That can't be right. 1892, that's better. Yeah, 1892. The Tower Bridge works. Wow. 1971, that thing was flooded. Wow. That, man. Damn, look at the year 1900 compared to now, or 2017. I mean, damn. What happened? Where, where'd all the architecture go? Interesting. A lot of these pictures, believe it or not, show always got tanks and military in the old picture. 1910 Paris. That water was high. Wonder what month that is. I mean, look at this picture. It went from that to that. What the fuck? Shit, I wouldn't forfeit my soul. No mother effing way. The source is Pinterest, and I know a lot of Pinterest pictures are suspect, but I don't consider these suspect because, you know, they align, but there are some suspect pictures on Pinterest or Pinterest or architectural terrorism. That's funny. Like this picture right here. I mean, they knocked down that man, I forgot the name of that railroad station. 1910. I mean, this thing is enormous. Enormous. I think it might be Pennsylvania. Sorry. But yeah, this Philadelphia train station. I mean, you're gonna knock that down to build this trash underneath. I would have kept it up. Why? I don't know. I guess it was expensive to heat. Yeah, look at it. Look how backwards we're going here. You got this beautiful uh, energy station slash church or castle type building, and then you go to this monstrosity, this McDonald's serving a billion of who knows what a day. Yeah, let's knock. Like, how could you knock that down to build that? What the fuck? The guy in that picture looks like he could barely even get across the street. Well, at least they left the entrance up or whatever that is. 1900. trying to, it should let you. Oops, wrong picture. Oh, wait. I just noticed this picture has the red and white bricks, the stripes, like an energy station. I don't know what year this picture, 18 something. And now it looks like that. Kind of looks like the top part they added something. Still a monstrosity. Then you could see the history here. I mean, the paint chip. I wonder if that's because of lead paint. Lead paint does that a lot. It chips heavy. I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's going backwards to me. 1915 and 20, that's 105 years. I like these. I got a few pictures here of Golden Gate Bridge being built. 1899, 2021. Like, I don't know if this is showing this being built or because I remember seeing pictures in Dresden and they had a church like this or energy station. Everything around it was bombed to oblivion except the big church slash energy station. It's a nice picture of the Golden Gate. Inside of these churches, man, I mean, the ceilings and I think it was Divergent made a joke about high ceilings. So when you pray, your prayers will echo up. I don't know what year this is, but it's an aerial view of the Golden Gate. Poland, 1994. I kept this picture because I was 13 in 94, 14. And man, that place looks like a war zone. And I remember in school, children my age coming to school from Poland, and the Berlin Wall was falling. That was the 80s, but that's when a lot of migrants started coming. And a lot of young children from Poland would come. And I would ask them, how's the motherland? And he's like, you think the projects here are bad? You know, I would hear stories of Poland, and here's my proof. I mean, look at 1994. It's like it reminds me of a lot of the like Bridgeport, Connecticut, and the cities that have abandoned factories and stuff. Um, but man, it does look like a war zone. And people would tell me the Poland port areas were worse than any American port areas, and I didn't believe it. Excuse me. Nah, I'm not really hinting like mud flood. Um, I mean, I take a little bit of mud flood because you see in some areas that something happened. And the Tartarian thing, I don't throw labels on any of this stuff. 'Cause it's hard. People say the whole world was Tartaria when you could find maps to prove that it was only an area near Russia and China, not the whole realm. And they say this because the whole realm has architecture. Now, at one point, there probably was. It could have been giants for the most part that controlled this realm. Uh, a lot of people don't believe that or whatever, and that's fine. But me, I see huge doorways and there's a few cities they show where people look so out of place because everything's huge. So I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and label anything. I don't know, man. But something happened in the desert areas. Like if you take the flat Earth map and that whole circumference of where desert is, there's melted buildings, castles, cut down titanic trees. I mean, some type of war happened. Something happened, but I don't know what. And it doesn't seem like it's that long ago either, because I got tons of pictures that of these here then and nows, and I got a ton of pictures that show Mexico and all these pyramids that are covered in dirt, and they got trees growing, and some of them are in the middle of the jungles, buried. You know, there's factories in the city I live in that have been abandoned for about 30 years, let's say, maybe 35, between 30 and 40, and they already got plants growing out the roof. Um, so how many years were people absent from a lot of this? These I might have a few of these pictures lined up, but there was an absence of people in certain areas, and I think these taller people, they had direct energy weapons. Where did they all go is the next question. I only took this picture because I just seen a video on this guy's thing. Someone bought that and made it their own country or something like that, or registered it. Um, I think that's pretty dope because you could go in those big cement things. You could go down in them, and there's like it goes down pretty far too. See where it shows the Mercator map and the blue line? That would be all desert all the way around the realm. Now, I've showed videos of this guy. I'm going to do it in the summertime. I have an old screen from a old projector TV, and he took his. It's a double screen. So you peel it, you take one screen off, and he put it on an old chalkboard thing so he could reel it. And he calls it the solar death ray. And the fucking guy is melting stone with the sun, and is directed by the beam of the sunlight. And it made me think, if you know, the sun is the most hottest on his analemma journey. You know, I forgot what the sun stays in between, but it's on the analemma, like an 8 sideways for seasons. It goes north and south, stays in that equator area. Now, who knows what these taller people, or in general, they created direct energy weapons using the sun, probably most likely. I mean, what else would melt brick? I just showed this map because, you know, it shows boats, planes, for people that say, how come boats and planes don't see this or these extra lands? Because they're all on pre-planned routes. They don't go off the route or route. Nothing changed here, I guess, from 1810 to 2015, which is a good thing. "32 miles wide and 3,000 miles away." Now that makes sense. "93 million miles away." And people say, oh, that's because the sun is like 90 times the size of Earth. And, well, then, if that was the case, the way they show the Earth is little p and the sun is so huge, how does it look so little on the horizon? I mean, the sun would take up the entire horizon if that was the case. I try to tell people this, but they argue with me and say it's because it's so far away, and I'm just not buying that. Divergent put these out, and I screenshotted them because they're just too funny. Went to the moon, took 5 photos. Went to the bathroom, took 192 photos. You would think going to the moon you would have thousands of photos, right? Yeah. This is funny. To some globers, they say, well, the stars are round. No, they're not. We only see one side of the moon. So they say, you know, the balls are round, so the table's round. I just learned about this. This could be the International Space Station. This is NASA's high altitude drone, I think. Yeah. Ships and everything been using the same stars to navigate for thousands of years. And that and water leveling out, that's the only two facts you need to destroy the globe. You don't even need to argue no further. You don't need to explain no more. It's all you got to say is those two facts. And then you could listen to the globe or just regurgitate and pull out theories and just go on and on and on and on and on. You know, if anyone ever wants to debate me, that's the two facts I'll bring up, and I'll just shut up and sit there because that's all I need to bring up. That's it. I need to explain no more, no less. Let's see the comments. Wonder where everybody is. There's only two people. There's 14 people in here, but there's only two people talking. All right, where are we? Epstein Island. Yeah, something happened to that dude, man. I don't think he died. He could have, you know. I'm not saying he did or he didn't, but you know, they could have got taken him out because of the amount of information he knew, and these people are petrified. I don't know why, cause ain't nothing gonna happen to them. They got everyone in their pocket. That's how it always works. Rules for thee, but not me. That's their number one motto. The government does something, it's okay, you know. If the government sells drugs, it's fine. But as soon as we do it, it's wrong. Okay. If anyone wanted to come up and speak on any topic, I'm just saying the panel is open. Yeah, I dropped the link, I think. I like these old pictures of like Jerusalem. This is the movie right here people gotta go see. Hold on. Right here. Simulant. Pretty good movie, man. And it makes me think about how far they really are with these robots and stuff. Um, it's a good movie. That and The Creator. There's so many movies coming out now with these robots in it. Makes me wonder about, and J Height and Peace. You know, uh, Boston Ray, Peace. What was I gonna say? I lost my complete thought. I tripped over it. You know, they show pictures like this of the Eiffel Tower, and I forgot what they said the Eiffel Tower was for, but to me, it reminds me of like a tower for electricity. Now imagine this big tower was a for wireless energy. This is supposed to be, I don't know if this is New York City when they were building the underground. That job looks devastating. And this is supposed to be them digging from the top. So what did they do? Dig? No way. And would they build a tunnel and bury it? This is 1900 to 1912. Sewer tunneling in southern low-level sewer. It doesn't say where. Might be New York City. But here's more pictures of Paris? No, London. One of the two. Hmm. That's pretty high up. Who would do that job? Peace, Michigander. Man, it's been a minute. Boston Ray. Is that yep, Sam Adams. I used to love drinking the cherry Sam Adams and watch a Red Sox game. But then unfortunately this year, the Red Sox don't know what the hell they're doing. I mean, I'm glad they let go of Chris Sale because he's a sucks and he's like washed up. But they didn't sign anybody, you know, even though it's rigged anyway. But the point is, I still watch sports for the fact that it's the best pastime. This guy got TV antennas on the ball. Now that makes me wonder: is that some sort of that's technology? Looks like some sort of a orb they put in the sky. And that almost looks like the Globus Cruciger on the left. Yeah, Michigander, I agree. There's 18 people in here, but only a few are speaking. Trying to catch up. I love these old pictures. This is Coney Island right here. If you look at the old Coney Island in the 1800s, man, let me tell you, you'd be like, what happened? Now, I took this picture because you could see the flood of water, and you could also look at the building and see how the basement windows are half covered. So I was thinking if water could come in there, probably the same effect happened when mud came. This is a flood too. As you can see the trolley cart. I don't know where this is. Where are you in the chat, Michigander? What channel are you on? Because I have two. I'm live on my main and my third backup, which is the Free Thinkers Lounge. Let me drop the stinky linky again. um, all the time. I support everyone and sub to their channel, but I can't be at every live stream and as much as I would like to because I have stuff I have to do too. What the hell? Jesus Christ. Who's FTL? Yeah, I feel you, Jay Heighten, on this. I don't even argue. You know, I've had people come on this channel and call me Satanist and a bunch of stuff, but they try to get on my nerves, but I don't let it bother me. People have come here and tried. I still nice and let religious people up here because I don't have a problem with the person. It's the religion I have a problem with. I'm not here to I'm not a cult, and that's why I turn my back on the system and religion and all these what's the word I'm looking for? All these slave systems. If people realize they're God, and I don't mean, you know, this super Marvel comic book God that these churches make people believe. Um, and I'll never forget these church buildings or these buildings. I think the old world could have been, you know, not is most likely taller people too, and people our size. Um, and as far as the flat Earth, my point was I was going to bring up is this. These are I forgot what you call these, man. Sundial, clocks. That's why I put this. Astrolabs or astrolabe, and even this clock, all obtain the flat Earth. Copernicus was off his rocker with this heliocentrism. He lost his mind. But all these buildings were by taller people, and they generated energy. I mean, it made sense when somebody. I always wondered as a child when I would go to some of these churches in our city. There's tons of big brick building churches, and they all have the Semitic symbols in the windows. And I always would look at them the few times I went to church as a child, and I'd be like, "Man, what does that mean?" I didn't know what a Semitic was, or just about 8 years ago, I seen videos on it and I said, man, that makes sense. And I was getting into frequencies um and electricity and energy, and religion started to make sense to me in the energy form, because everything seems to be light or energy. I'm muted up this whole time. What an idiot. I don't know if you heard what I said, Morgan, about I was muted up. Man, I'm an idiot. You said you keep your thoughts to yourself. I know I wouldn't. You says I know you won't follow me if I start speaking from this perspective. I'm open-minded with everyone, with religion, politics. I hear everyone out. Like, I don't agree. If people, I know people aren't going to agree with me, but I try to meet them halfway because I know there's something that can be agreed upon. Um, I'm truly open-minded. I'm not like other channels. If someone wants to come up here and speak against what I have to say, that's fine. I hear you out. I'm not gonna, long as people have respect, I'm all for it. I mean, these buildings are just something else, man. I just, they're everywhere. My favorite is the Connecticut, Hartford, Connecticut Capitol. If anyone has time, look it up. It's unbelievable. Now, I think this is the building that used to be, I gotta double check. I mean, this architecture. I don't know if I agree. Maybe some of these buildings for the World Fairs were built for temporary, but who builds buildings up like this just for 6 months and tears them down? That's just my, not saying it hasn't been done, but I don't know. All that money and resource just to tear it down? I think a lot of these buildings are already here. People don't have to agree, and that's fine. All right. Man. I think this is in Dubai. This city right here just reminds me of a resonator. Yeah, I try to stay humble. Um, as far as ego, I just I don't know. I mean, there's good that can come out of an ego, and there's obviously good and bad with everything. Yeah, I agree, B. I think the old world of this country, uh, I think the Civil War was against the people. Um, there was some sort of a war, and I think it could have been against the people that would have, excuse me, the last stronghold over this country. Aliens. Yeah, I think that's funny how people give credit to aliens instead of the ancestors. Um, hey, what happened here? All right, man, 2.5 miles across. These trees, could fucking live in them. Now, my biggest mind boggle is these star forts. These star forts just remind me of cymatics. And could these people have had 3D printing machines already? Like I just know that electricity is nothing new. They try to suppress it and make it seem like it's some new breakthrough. But they fucked up by leaving all these 1700 and 1800 pictures and even paintings of proof that electricity's been forever. Um, you know, could they have the technology like when you put sand on that metal plate and put a frequency, it shows a symbol. Could you take blocks and do the same and create these star forts? Probably not, but you know, they are mimicking these cymatics that are shown. Now, could these star forts create some sort of energy? If it just makes me think, because I know stone, old granite, and red brick and all that hold an electrical charge, and I think that's why they're doing their due diligence to eradicate all these brick buildings. Even in the city I live in, they knock down, or a lot of them are vacant. These old brick apartment buildings. Wow. You should take pictures of that star fort. Will I Am. There's a Will I Am I watch. I think that's the name of his channel. And he has his cabin and stuff. This guy now. I think it's called Will I Am the channel. Shout out to that guy. Living in he built his cabin on military property, but by him doing that and putting peace crystals and putting his work in, I have utmost respect for that young man. By him doing that, somebody seen that he was serious about what he was doing. So they had land and they let that man Will live on the land and build himself a cabin, and that's dope. Hoop dog. He has a dog. He calls him Hoop Dog. But anyway, yeah, you don't think that it be what it is, that some of these star forts can tap into a frequency? I mean, you say a style, right? I mean, and you can only see the magnificence from above, you know. I think this might be that star fort right here. No, there's no river. plague doctor. And then this Crystal Palace we'll get into. How does the Crystal Palace catch fire, right? They said, oh, it burned down just like all these other magical fires. All them tons of crystal. I mean, this Crystal Palace was enormous. I think it still exists. Maybe it don't. But the point is, this thing is huge. Where are they getting all this crystal from? And how are they hauling it with just horse and carriage? Now, who's heard of the incubator babies? And who's seen this picture? It says Pro Bakems, baby incubator 12-month growth in 1 hour. Now this picture freaks me out. Oh, that's right, Crystals. You're about to go live, right? Maybe I'll end my live and go over to yours if you're going to open the panel. Jump up here, Crystals, real quick. Yeah, maybe I'll end my live and go over there. There was, in the first, a very large black Indian of an aspect very different from those who inhabit the interior of the country. The barbarians of the coast are black in this manner because the sun is there warmer than elsewhere, and because they are continually in the water, which is salt, for the land being dry and sterile, they are obliged to fish in order to subsist. When the Indian had approached the caravel near enough, he placed himself on the prow of his vessel. In a voice full of haughtiness, told the Spaniards, according to what the interpreter asserted, that the Spaniards were robbers. What did they come to seek upon the coast, and that they should leave it in haste? Otherwise, he would burn their brigades and put them all to a miserable death. Damn. Yeah, it's one thing they don't talk about in school. All the Indian tribes, you know, they tell you so-called black people come from Africa, but the only slave ships that really came were European slave ships, and they don't talk about that in schools either. That there's tons of, man, tons of European slaves, and they were owned by so-called white people, and the Cherokees and many other tribes owned European slaves. But I think it was more or less like a job thing. And yeah, they don't teach you a lot of these Indian tribes or so-called black people all over. They've, you know, the people in power love to see us arguing with each other, and the white and black thing. They love those to pull them cards because it triggers, you know. That's why I always say in the news they won't say a officer shot somebody today. They'll make sure to say a white officer shot a black male today because it triggers. Um, there's so many trigger words. You think this picture is real, anyone? They allegedly found this fork under the water in the ocean. One of the giants lost his knife. He was eating his pork chop. Look at his old boat. I think they found this boat in the ocean. I could be wrong. Wow. Imagine that. And that's the other way. You got the boat right here, and then you got to see the front of it right here. Anyway. Erasing these pictures, I'm gonna check the chat and then make a decision. All right. What's up, Christos? Oh, it's not till tonight.
No, it should be scheduled for tomorrow. I'm gonna do a
Oh,
little bit, like maybe like 2 hours. It's like 8:30 where I'm at. Um, nah, but just I don't think OTW is gonna be available to come through as much because I talked to him last night trying to set something up. So I'm gonna do tomorrow, but talk about some different art
Why he's
pieces
not
today.
available to come to our channel?
What?
He said he's not available to come to our channel no more.
Yeah, no, to stop by my channel
Oh.
this morning. I was talking to him last night. He thought I was gonna go live last night. I was trying to tell him for Saturday, but because I put him in the thumbnail. I even put him in the title. So I want him to come through for at least a little bit. But yeah, man, I am gonna do a live today. There's a couple times I
Yeah,
was
I
putting
seen you
things
put
off or
that.
canceling them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I seen
yeah.
you put your
Well,
live stream.
one thing leads to another, bro. Like there was that one time I went to my neighbor's. I thought I'd be there for like 2 hours. I ended up being there for like 4 hours, and two of my other neighbors came. There, three of my other neighbors came through. Two of which I wasn't used to seeing. No, I wasn't used to seeing all of them. So things happen. It's like okay, it's more valuable. Damn, Charles, what is that?
What?
Check the mic.
Yeah, my mic did the screw up there, huh? Peace to
I thought
Kimbo
you
who
I
never
thought you
comes
were
by
messing
no
with
more.
me at first. Oh, my
Oh,
bad. Go ahead.
I just said peace to Kimbo who never comes by no more. No, that was the mic, man. The way I threw the phone down. I got a plug-in mic, so why would it sound like?
Well, you sound like a buzzing bee, bro.
Right now?
No, no, not right now, but for like 3 seconds, 4 seconds. You're good now. And whatever you did,
Yeah.
set down or whatever you were saying. Yeah, there's a guy named Moose out here that he'll come on a stream sometimes and like through no fault of his own, will just have some terrible glitch and he sounds like a fucking, like he just took some helium. Motherfucker sounds like he just took a bunch of helium and it's like super high pitched and like robotic and like he doesn't know half the time that that's happening. And that's just what it is, man. I remember I used to have a bunch of issues too with my mic or my setup. Do you really think it has to do with getting the different StreamYard package at all? Do they give you that weaker connection you believe for the basic plan? And that's part of it to get people to subscribe for a membership with StreamYard. I remember we were talking
I
about that at
think
one
that's
point.
a strong possibility because they said it would, fix, the problem, and ever since I got it, it's been the same, if not worse.
Yeah, dude. Oh wait. Oh shit. You said the same, if not worse.
Yeah.
I thought you were having I thought you were having less issues. I haven't seen you
No.
like get kicked out of your own thing as much anymore.
Sorry, yeah. I was pulling this picture up because I was talking
Yeah. What
about
is
them
that?
using the sun earlier, and I got a bunch of these pictures. They're using mirrors here, but I showed a video of the guy. I don't know if I still have the video here. Oh yeah, here it is. Hold on. Alright, that music's driving me nuts.
Oh, thank you, bro. I'm glad you felt the same way because I was like, "What is this music?" And then I saw the comment down there. I'm like, "Fuck."
He's just
It was
melting.
super cool though.
He's melting stuff. I have the same. Let me see. Here's my
Lens.
living room. Yeah, I got that same lens right here from my old projector TV. Wasn't me.
So for
Shout
the
out Mark
summertime,
Basket.
I'm gonna set it up and try it myself to melt stuff. I can't wait.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, it is like that classic archetypal thing where, you know, not all of us do it as a kid, but like shining a magnifying glass on an ant. It's basically that same concept, but
Yeah,
you know,
beast mode
more thorough.
stones.
Yeah, and you know, right. You know, not the same, but you know what I'm saying. It's further. It's an extension further down the road of like the ant and the magnifying glass is a base, simple thing. You know, they're on the same continuum or spectrum. Yeah, shout out to Space Force, and the secret space programs. Charles, I don't know if you ever see this advertised, but
Cup.
it gets pretty bad. Gaia. Oh,
What, Earth?
I don't know if you were. I thought you were talking there, but you kind of broke up for a second. Yeah, Gaia is that streaming service.
Never. I honestly
Oh,
never heard
okay.
of it.
All right, no worries. Well, they basically try to cater to like some new age shit, bro. But like, they're talking about aliens and using graphics like NASA would, bro. It's sad. But then at the same time, they'll have like some series on the other end of their streaming service that is valuable. You know, it's talking about esoteric stuff. So that's just part of that non-linear warfare. You know, they get their hands on all these different quote unquote like conscious media services or whatever streaming services, and then they're talking about the Greys and the Galactic Federation of Light, and it's like you just can't take anything seriously you hear out of that fucking shit after that. I'm sure some people in the chat know what I'm talking about. Gaia TV is what it's called. I paid for it once before that was like in 2020, years ago, before I realized what was going on. But yeah, bro, I just wanted to ask you that.
Happy birthday, Kimba.
Happy
She's
birthday,
50 years
Kimba.
young. 50 years young. That's young. You're a baby. Look at this old picture. I mean, look at that architecture. I mean, man, you know, if I could go back in time and just live and just observe in these days, it'd be awesome. You don't see homeless people. Oh, I thought you jetted out. I mean, this architecture is immaculate. I like this some old map, and it shows the solstice, but it also shows the sun and the area it lights up as it goes in its 360 path.
Whoa. Yeah, I
See it?
see that now, bro. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't notice that till the other day. I'm like, man, they even showed that. You know, people say, oh, if the earth was flat, the sun would light up the whole realm. And, you know, school's done a great job on this newer generation. It's mind blowing. Look at
Brussels.
Bruxelles, man. This place, when I started to dig into the old architecture in Germany,
Mm-hmm.
then I started to understand more on why they leveled that place, because it looked more futuristic compared to going backwards. We're going backwards. They were ahead. They were making architecture, and we're making fucking outhouses now. We don't make architecture. We make fucking prisons. What do you think about that?
I'm just looking at it. One of my last streams, I was saying that I'm not convinced about the old world stuff, but I'm still open. I wouldn't say that completely. At the time, I was kind of feeling like that, but there's certain things that are hard for me get my head around per se. But the old world buildings, I don't know if it's just the Greco-Roman influence, but it's true that like all the Capitol buildings are really fucking the same everywhere. And I was given some smoke per se, or criticism to some people on my one of my last live streams, talking about the old world stuff. But to be honest, bro, every time you've shown these types of pictures, it's always been interesting. And then the cathedrals with the cathode aspect and the nodes, and just the idea that we were utilizing. Let me say this: these buildings here and other buildings, like utilizing free energy, like that tower in the background, it almost looks like something from like a Hindu or Eastern Buddhist temple.
Yeah.
Like it's for sure we were doing some type of high technology stuff. And I guess I should say I believe a couple hundred years ago we were doing something with free energy rather than Billy Carson talking about Thoth and the Emerald Tablets. And like, bro, I woke up. I don't know why I'm still subscribed to this guy. I guess just to keep tabs on the fucking chills. But he has some shit about Jesus and his double identity as Thoth or whatever the hell. And I'm like, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like that guy shit would push someone like Billy Carson and fake aliens and all this shit. Or I shouldn't say that hundreds and thousands of years ago we couldn't have been super advanced, like ancient advanced civilizations, but some of that stuff is definitely bullshit, bro. At just a basic level, I would say, like saying everything comes from Egypt, and the pyramids were like silver or gold or some shit. I don't know, maybe, but there gets to a point where it's like I gotta just kind of stick with the past couple hundred years. Like this shit you're showing right here. I wasn't really thinking of some of these buildings when I was giving critiques to people like Angela Baby Carson and others in my chat. But I'm not gonna I'm not gonna spiral here, Charles. I just want to say, uh, yeah, I would believe the old world free energy tech rather than, let's say, like ancient Mesopotamia or Egypt. They got flying crafts, and oh, they were talking to the aliens. This is what I'm saying. It's certain narratives that they've started to push over like the past 10 years or so, that it's cool at first, but then you gotta see, like, are they trying to get out ahead of the conscious communities? Like, are they trying to run these psyops? So we're not looking at stuff like this that you're showing right here. Rather, we're thinking of Billy Carson talking about Thoth and flying spacecraft, and we were a spacefaring civilization in the ancient times. You know what I'm saying, bro? There's a whole like fracture off in the quote unquote content and truth community where there's motherfuckers that are still excited about the Miami alien and all that shit, but they don't have any idea about what these old world buildings are.
I mean, I've had people come here too and try to, tell me that free energy didn't exist and it's a
That's
psyop.
crazy.
And yeah, yep.
There's all these experiments that people have done online. I mean, look at what you just showed with that sun stuff, like or sun rays burning stuff. Like it's out there, and there's enough context clues to show that something else is going on here.
Now, I don't know who put this picture together, but I'm gonna look into this radium emanator, and they do make some good points in these pictures. You do see the radioactive symbol there, which is interesting. And then the bottom left, you know how they said the fireplaces emitted electricity or were for them? Well, that's what it's showing at the bottom
Yeah, it's like a
too.
space heater.
Yeah. So who knows? Then you
Whoa,
mentioned
yeah, that's crazy.
India, I think you said. These style buildings
Yeah, yep,
look
yeah,
just like,
exactly. Vermanas. Oh no, they're not
yeah,
Vermanas. Something
they
like
look like
that.
spark plugs to
Oh
me.
yeah, I remember you. I remember when I heard you say that, and I never heard anyone else point that out. Yeah, totally.
Huh. This picture, the guy was thinking, or whoever put this together, there's that tower in the background. I got a couple different pictures of these towers. That one, this one, I think this one, and this one are the same. Yep. And then you got this one, which is the same too. Then you got bigger buildings like this one.
Wow,
I
the
mean,
ones, you know, and the smaller ones going around the perimeter of that one in the middle.
yeah.
That was a basic fractal sequence right there. All of these have some type of like fractal uh, element to them. Because like symbolically and pattern wise, that's the
It's
nature
in,
of what's being utilized. But
yeah,
yeah,
this
go
was
ahead.
in Nuremberg, Germany. I just wanted to say that's it.
It almost looks like they would put water fountains where those things used to be. Yeah, because they
Right.
look like water fountains at first. Like, yeah, just the way those like steps are there. Like I could see they take down that fence or gate, demolish that shit or whatever, and rebuild it as a water fountain. Because the whole base structure looked like it was like it could be for that.
Look at this. How in the front it had like that tower thing there. I don't know if that's for energy. Um, and there's also a tower on the left side near the
Oh,
house.
whoa! I don't know if that's just like the architecture of the time, but you know, it's more than just the architecture of the time, given everything we're just looking at and talking about, because they're like miniature little towers and versions of what would be on the corners or you know placed on the buildings. These big towers we're seeing, it's like it's like there's smaller versions. So you're walking down the road at night, uh, you know, you got these little generators as well, like where this it even looks like it was a street light right there of some sort, or like a pathway light. You're just showing the radium generators or whatever. I, you know, the World Fair stuff is something else that people brought up when we were talking about on my stream the other week, and it is true. All those pictures where they got electricity going, shit's lit up. So yeah, go ahead, bro.
No, I'm just listening. Even these drawings, like I was watching Divergent, and he made a good point. He's like, do people just like freestyle these buildings? And a lot of people, well, not a lot, a few people have told me, oh, those paintings, you know, those buildings never existed. So I went and I found
What?
pictures to go along with paintings to prove that, you know,
There you go.
where do they get these ideas of these enormous buildings?
Mm-hmm.
So I think these enormous buildings exist or existed, like this one. It looks like a big energy tower.
Totally. I mean, it looks yeah, it looks very similar to like an energy tower these days, but just more building and architecture within it as well. It's not, you know, just a metal cage that you know points up towards the sky. Like you can see the windows and shit even up high on that thing. So it makes me think of Sauron's tower because I don't know for whatever for whatever reason, Lord of the Rings has been getting brought up recently, and you know the White Wizard, the bad wizard that works with the Eye of Sauron. Saruman is his name, uh, not to be confused with that evil eye from the movie. He had a huge tower like that. Um, yeah, it didn't look exactly like that, you know, but it's like over the top high towers. And it's like, is that just to look cool in some of these movies, or like, are they again kind of pointing towards something with the exaggerated height? Yeah, I believe that. I didn't even read his full comment. I just saw that first statement.
He said, my nephew in 3rd grade told the teacher that when they demonstrate water sticking into a ball, then he will consider. Awesome.
Nice. Yo, okay, man, this makes me want to like this makes me want to build something, bro. I don't mean like a literal like building, but like something on like a small scale, dog. Like I got all these Legos from when I was a kid, saved in my basement. I'm never giving them to anyone else because I know those things are gonna be worth money when I'm, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. Those things are fucking expensive as is, but dude, I could make fucking old world buildings, start looking up these different things that you're showing. And
Look at this
uh
thing.
I wonder if there's some motherfuckers out there that like Legos. There's some pro builders out there, like motherfuckers doing crazy shit with
Yeah,
these
I've
little
seen some crazy
Legos.
shit with Legos
I
myself.
wonder if there's any like old world, Lego motherfuckers out there
Hey,
that
you
they're
might be
making
the
stuff like we were
first.
just looking at. I
You
gotta
should
look
do
that
this
up now,
building.
like Lego Tartaria.
You should do this building right here. Bam. This is my
Dude,
favorite one in Bruxelles. This
that's
thing's huge. It makes
it's like
people look like ants.
it's like from a fantasy movie, It's so epic looking
Right.
and the huge
It's right
columns and
here
it's
too.
like be
This is
what
the
it is saying. It's the complex geometry as well that's
this is the
present in
front
all of these.
end, and this is the back end where you can't see in the back. It's the same building. Oops. And then I just had a few of these showing them using sun and mirrors to burn stuff. I found this one. This one.
Oh, cool. Oh, wow. Yeah, I like that one.
And then this one. I like this building. It's in Canada, or it was, Ottawa. A lot of these buildings, you could see the free energy towers, but people say, oh, no, that's fine. People don't have to agree. I like this picture.
Oh, yeah, dude. Wow. What are that's obviously from the east. You know what those
Yeah,
those are on the left?
temples, Buddha temples, I think, or in India. Which India, Buddha, they're right there next to each other. Then I found this picture.
Yeah, man. So I know I've brought up like video game references multiple times, like Dark Souls and Elden Ring for some of these things, like the giant trees and the giants. But when it comes to advanced Nazi tech and all that, again, there's also a couple video games as well, like Wolfenstein and others, that really kind of get into that. Is it cycling? Is it going to go back to whatever you were just showing there? That Vermont, not Vermont, but the flying
Oh yeah, it
saucer
could go
craft.
back.
Because Call of Duty, some of the later games they made, like when I was in high school years ago, like World at War and some of these other ones, basically they had little Easter eggs or like hidden bits where they were referencing this type of shit. Like you could go find a hidden Nazi UFO craft and like looking just like this. And the whole storyline as well is about zombies and the occult, and the Nazis are raising the dead, and they're also trying to get in contact with the fucking interdimensional beings and get the blueprints. So it's like there had to be a certain reality to this, unless the motherfuckers that make these different games are just taking inspiration, you know. But they're taking inspiration from some type of reality. It's just like the mythologies that ring throughout history, you know, the Minotaurs and all this shit, and Medusa. Like there was some type of reality to that at one point. It's not. It can't only just be allegory. In
Right.
my opinion, with some of these things, I think there's a literal, actual aspect to history with it.
Like this.
Like
I
they,
don't know what
yeah,
this
go ahead.
is. This picture. But it reminds me of Tesla's free energy. Remember he had,
Oh, totally.
this is like two of them. I don't know if this is real. If that's a drawing or a picture.
It looks like a
Might,
drawing, a really good drawing, but like that doesn't change that it could have been a reality because it looks like yeah, it looks like two Tesla coil things with the ball at top, but yeah, it just like it would be a die or what was it, cathode and anode.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Then they had a tower like this, and man, I think I have the picture somewhere. It's in New York City where Coney Island is, and they had an energy tower just like this, but a little different. And what they did was they changed it into a what do you call, a Ferris wheel type a ride. The old tower.
Oh, yeah, and go ahead.
Because Coney Island, man, if you look at Coney Island in the 1800s, it was an electric park.
And you know what you're saying there is just another example of the repurposing. You know how they're so sly and they can just make it into something else and transition it over as if it was never the thing before.
Like this reminds me of this. The Twin Towers, the cathode and anode, right? That
Mm-hmm.
and that. Interesting. Like even looking at pictures from above, um, the cities look like motherboards. Like all this stuff. Like I gotta find these pictures of old Russia. They were digging up a street, and what they found was under the street were these metal pieces that connected through all under this road, and they were like, let me see if I can find a picture. Cause yeah, I think, let me see, metal plates. See if I can find a picture. Whoever's in the back, I'm coming. Oh, it's Chris.
Yeah, bro, I don't know about you, but where I'm at, the cold front is basically just starting to come in. I'm not
Yeah.
really getting any. At first, there was talks of like blizzard shit, but at least so far, there's no snow on my end. It's just fucking 15 degrees out, so hasn't been this cold yet.
Well, shit. It snowed over here a lot already, and then it rained, and everything went away, and then it rained like a motherfucker last night and today. So
I love when it's supposed to be cold out, and then all of a sudden we get some type of crazy weather and it rains, and then the couple days after, it's pretty fucking warm out, like unusually warm. And I'm in St. Louis, so that's just kind of how it goes. Crazy weather really swings a lot. Oh, hold on. I don't know if my mic was bad there, but I just changed it. Yeah, but anyway, bro, go ahead.
no, I'm listening. I'm trying to find this picture here of these plates that were I swear, yeah, it was Russia. It was a picture they showed of it was like metal connectors through the whole ground of this Russian city, and you could clearly see that it was for wireless technology.
Well, you know about the aspect of a computer, parts of inside of a computer looking like sigils.
Yeah, sigils.
There's something similar going on there with what we're talking about. Not exactly the same, but it's like a strange symbolic crossover, which would seem to suggest just like the computer board with the bird's eye view on cities and stuff. And there's something similar going on there. We would be able to discern, it would seem, that if there's some type of symbolic parallel, maybe as well there could be a meaning parallel.
Let's see.
Is that a real picture?
Where? Oh, yeah.
Very cool.
I didn't
Charles, you
even
ever
know
heard
that
of
was
Sheila?
still up.
Yep. You ever heard of Sheila Jeet?
No. Shiva?
Sheila Jeet. It's ancient
Uh-uh.
Ayurveda, so it's like ancient Hindu medicine, uh, or herbs and supplements and roots, but it's kind of like turmeric is known as an Eastern thing, right? Ginseng, different types of ginseng. No, but Sheila
Huh.
Jeet, in Ayurveda, I think I'm mispronouncing that, but ancient Ayurveda, uh, over in the East, bro, in India, it actually comes from the Himalayan mountains, and it means destroyer of weakness. I highly
Huh.
suggest you check it out, bro. It shit will give you a lot of energy if you're ever like, dragging through a day.
I need to get
It's
Lion's Mane.
That's another good one, bro. But like, you even look up Sheila Jeet, it's made, it has like 98% of the minerals that your body needs, bro. It's crazy. So like, if you drink coffee or something that can like strip your body of the nutrients that it needs,
Yeah.
then it's good to, supplement with things like magnesium or something like Sheila Jeet, which will help refill your nutrients, minerals.
Yeah,
Yeah,
processed food
my
is
bad, Charles. I
terrible.
had to step away for a second there. Go ahead.
No, processed food is terrible for the body. You'll definitely need nutrients and minerals after eating that crap.
Yeah, remineralizing the body is something I've been learning more about like the past year or two, and just the importance of, awareness with your body of if you have enough of this or that, or too little, too much. It's like we don't need to go. This is not medical advice, obviously, but in my opinion, you know, some of us don't need to be going to any fucking medical whatever. We just need to run diagnostics on our own body with our own consciousness by reflecting and meditating and visualizing, and quieting the self, quote unquote, coming to a place of stillness. There really are answers there. Your body will speak to you. I mean, I could even get deep into this of how I was like traveling through my chakras, you know, months ago when I was on DMT. My consciousness was transferring from what felt like my head to my stomach and everything in between. But that's besides the point, bro. I just wanted to ask you about Sheila G because I know I brought up Lion's Mane with you before. Yeah, did you ever end up trying it at one
Uh-uh.
point?
No, I need to.
Yeah, bro. I might have to start donating here and there if I can, bro. But also, since I'm here talking to you, Charles, bro, I didn't. We don't have to get into it, but I didn't realize what happened with AK, bro. And I was talking with Bex on one of my last streams actually, and I got the update on what was going on with AK, and I didn't even realize. So I just wanted
Yeah,
to
I
let you
gotta
know
check
and hear
my
about that.
I gotta check my see if I got his number to write. Cause I will write to him. Man, what the hell? I got this crazy picture right here. What the hell is this? What the? Huh. Interesting.
Hey, did I ever show you that song "Sky Cities" by Killer Priest? I think I played it on your stream like probably months back or a year ago.
Yeah. I've been listening to a lot of his new stuff.
Some
He
of it
dropped
I don't
a
like,
few
obviously,
albums. Me neither.
but yeah, bro, he has a lot of good stuff with his independent, more recent, newer music. I remember when I was bringing that up to you. Uh, but yeah, bro, like Mystery Channel. I never got to see the music video for that. I need to check it out. But Panorama, a couple of other ones. Oh, fuck. Oh, not Heavy Mental. Um, it was something very similar to that old album of his, Heavy Mental. I forgot what he called it. Heavy Mental 1.1. It had him as like a Babylonian god statue. Is fucking. I gotta go find that, bro. He's been releasing so much stuff. I can't even keep up with the names of all of it. I love the concepts and how poetic and creative he's gotten, bro. You can really see how he's been on that conscious spiritual journey even now through how his music has developed.
Yeah, Killer Priest has always been advanced. He was one of my favorite MCs growing up because it's not just hip hop. I've also learned a ton from listening. Um,
Bro, even his like some of his stuff like from early 2000s and late 90s. His Heavy Mental wasn't that 1989?
no,
Oh,
95 or
oh okay.
96.
Thank you. See, I am still 25, so I may know a bit about Killer Priest and some of the woo, but I'm definitely not versed like Chuck.
You gotta listen to Killer Army.
Oh, I
They're
have
like it.
I have some just through Killer Priest, in collabs. I don't remember what songs, but yeah, I know who you're talking about, Killer Army. I know there's a couple different
Man.
groups. There's the Four Horsemen and with Can I
Well,
Bust,
that album, that
Cannabis.
real album, never came out. The real Four Horsemen was supposed to be Cannabis, Killer Priest, shoot, and Razkaz and somebody else. Cannabis, Killer Priest, Razkaz, and who the hell's the fourth one? I think it could have been what's his name. I'm gonna have to look it up now. Let's see. I got some new dope pictures I'm gonna put up in a minute. The Four Horse Minglers.
Bro, you been having any synchronicities recently?
I had a weird dream, right? I was at my old place where I lived. Check this shit out. It doesn't make no sense. I don't remember what I was doing, but I remember I was behind this building and I looked out to look at my building and they done towed my building away. This is a whole apartment building in my dream. It was gone. Like I'm like, how the hell they towed my building? And then they rebuilt like 2 towers that look like, it was weird, man. Like I be having these crazy buildings, but synchronism? What do you mean, in like life or in pictures?
No, not synchronism, synchronicity. So
Oh,
like things lining up in a certain way. Let's say, right as you arrive driving home, you arrive back. The song literally comes to an end, like to a T. As your car stops, the song stops, and even as your wheels are slowing, the song is slowing down and doing the outro and becoming quieter. Like that's what I'm talking about. Is when there's multiple things that you're experiencing that start coalescing at once, and it's almost like when you're in a flow state, there becomes that lack of separation between moment to moment. You can see the fluidity and connection in your life and how it's intertwining with reality. And so a synchronicity could also be, you think of someone and then moments later they call. Now that's like that's an intuitive type thing, right? But it's still synchronicity. There's a syncing up. You're, for lack of better words, connected to the field. You're able to perceive more accurately, and know when things are going to happen before they happen, like instinctually, like an animal. And there's the
corrupt.
paradox. Go
That
ahead.
was the 4th one I couldn't think of. Razzcast, Cannabis,
Yeah,
Corrupt, and Kill the Priest. It was Corrupt.
that's funny, bro. Because actually, I was also going to say, God damn it, these people. I was gonna say Dark Chameleon, man. I know he liked the woo, right? He was hip on
Yeah.
them. Well, I'm sure he was. I'm confusing him with Mental Ninja, actually. I think.
It's the Horsemen. So I looked up the 4 Horsemen, and there was a group from a long time ago. And no wonder it's the Horsemen, not the 4 Horsemen. Because the 4 Horsemen is an old
Okay.
group. And I was
Okay.
like, who the hell is this, right? I'm looking it up. Like, I never heard of these people. But this album they came out with, the 4 Horsemen, the Horsemen Project in 2003, was trash. Like, they said that's not even the real album from what I heard. Well, it ain't trash, but it's not what I expected. And they said because of label issues. But damn, it says they came out with another album in 2021. Let's see.
Hey, I'll be back in a little bit, Charles. I'll be listening. Yeah,
All
give
right,
me like 20 minutes, and if you're still live, I'll come back up.
all right,
All right, brother. Peace.
all right, man. Peace. So I guess they do have another album. That's weird. I'm gonna have to check that out later. All right, let me pull a couple more pictures, and then if no one else comes up, I will end it with an abrupt. If that made any sense? Probably not. I'm gonna show some pictures I found from the 1700s and the 1800s that prove electricity is nothing new. All right. Shout out to the chat. I appreciate everybody. Like these machines is what people need to think. Like who gave the idea to build these machines? I mean, these machines are as big as a frickin' city or a town. I mean, these things have literally dug out this entire realm. All right, here we go. Now, back, like, I hope this works. Most of these pictures didn't want to upload. Fires me up. Here's one of them. I wonder what year this one is. What's up, Christos? Then I got this one. That's a pretty bad picture. And the blue, it has oh, Christos jumped off. It has I don't know what to call them. Wireless tower things. $17.99, I think that says. All right. I think this is from 1744, and it shows electricity. Hmm. Well, I wish I could zoom in. I know some of these have fireworks, but it also has electricity like this. This thing reminds me, remember them bug things that light up and attract bugs? That's what this thing reminds me of. If you're talking about the old world and now, I agree, Jen. It is two different worlds. Um, it almost makes me think about Jack and the Beanstalk, and maybe this was the land of the giants. Look at that air balloon in the back there. It's like shedding some sort of light off of it, which is interesting. And you got chandeliers. What the heck? What does that say up there? I know that don't say 1087. No way, it's got to be 1687 or some of these pictures were shown on Divergence. I just so happened to find the site he went on by accident. Like this picture is from 1684. 1745. I've never been on the Mississippi River. When you say that, biker Adam 22, it makes me think about the Connecticut River. How polluted the bottom half of the Connecticut River from, I would say, Connecticut down, maybe Hartford, East Hartford, around there down. To me, it's polluted to hell. I haven't seen the northern part of the river, but I heard way up north near Canada, Connecticut River is beautiful. But I know the Mississippi is doo doo. How far does Mississippi go? Doesn't it go up to near Canada or up to the Great Lakes? I could be wrong. Let me send a link to somebody. I like this map, but the problem is I don't know, the edge. I don't like when they depict floating in space. Oh, electricity from the god El. How about the children of On? Is anybody here for the book? I'm gonna do I gotta finish this book. I'm slacking. But I really know how to pick books, man. I done some Manly P. Hall books and another book called The Tree of Life. But it seems every time I pick a book, it's a good 26 page every chapter. Every chapter, that drives me nuts. But I gotta finish it because I want to do the book of Lilith. You know, a lot of people hate on Lilith because she chose for her babies to die, but nobody has the balls to speak the truth and say, well, this God in the Bible gave her the ultimatums. On any ultimatum, he could have picked anything, but he picked to kill her children. I mean, that God in the Bible just loves killing children. Christos. Maybe he came up by accident.
Hey, what's up? Like check.
I was just, you're good. I was just talking about Lilith and how people don't like Lilith because she made the ultimatum to have the children die instead of going back with Adam. But instead of people putting themselves in her shoes and thinking, you know, that have they ever been in a shitty relationship? You know, to either have to go back to Adam, which is probably her pimp, or, you know, for the children to die. And no one has the balls to stand up and say, well, God was wrong for giving that ultimatum. He could have picked anything, but he picked for the children to die. As usual, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, the death cult. Walking around with a man hanging on a cross, bloody, with his palms and his feet nailed in, suffering, looking like a skeleton. You know, it's like
Who
just on the face
celebrates
of that
that?
shit. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly, bro. Yeah, and it's just a right in your face, under your nose, you know, theme per usual with a lot of this stuff hidden in plain sight. You know, I grew up Catholic, bro. You know,
yeah,
like that, dude. Catholicism is probably the worst fucking form of that shit. It's the most fucking satanic, uh, and like bizarrely esoteric,
yeah. It's a
like
cult for
in a bad
sure.
way. Yeah. What?
I said
Yeah,
it's a
cult.
cult
Yep.
for sure. Hell yeah. Candy. Yeah,
Candy.
me too, Candy. I agree with that. Now they want the blood of Jesus, right? It's never enough, man.
It's like being
That poor
covered by
guy, man.
insurance.
Yeah. You know, first they want to wear him suffering on the cross everywhere they go, like they're celebrating his death. Oh, he died for our sins. Really? Because it's shittier than ever. People are sinning more than ever. That didn't work. And then they want the blood from Jesus. It's like, man, that guy can't rest. They want to put all the problems on Jesus.
Well,
Then his
yeah,
own
it's like
father abandoned him. You know? Imagine your own
it's like
pops leaving you on the cross to die, and he's like this all-powerful God, and he just leaves you there to die, right? He sacrificed his son for you, Johnny, for you. Go ahead, Christos, my bad.
oh no, you're good. I'm not. Give me a minute. I'm not sure where I was going with that.
I just got some of this bud. It's like greenish purple. It's like more purple in it. Dark, dark purple. I mean, this stuff is no joke.
Okay, there you go. See, now that you brought that up, it brought me back to where I was going. Uh, do you remember when I would show you this artist called Salvia Droid?
Uh-uh.
Well, you remember when fucking like months back I kept talking about these DMT experiences?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Well, when I do go live later, because I got work tonight, but I do have time to go live, and I am going to get into that artist that I just mentioned, because it really it plays into everything that I was talking about with those experiences that I was just mentioning. Even though I've never, allegedly done salvia, and I don't think I would want to, there's a lot of similarities with it with other things that I've spoken about before on your channel, months back.
Yeah, I'm excited you're going live. I missed the last one.
Yeah, man, I've been fucking around on some of them, but this one that I'm gonna do, it might not be more than 2 hours, but I at least plan to, quote unquote, drop gems, as you would say, because there's a lot to decode within the art, man. And speaking of, not that it's like anything super important, but I happened to catch when Dom was going back and forth with Dean. And that was interesting. I didn't catch all of it, but I guess y'all were looking at some type of art and breaking it down, correct?
What was that again? I was reading this chat what Don McRon said.
Yeah,
What were you gonna say, Christos?
I don't know. I don't know. I already said it, so I don't. I'm not sure. People can go back. My bad. I'm at the store right now.
Hmm. I'm just reading the chat. Yeah, when I learned that the word sin in Hebrew, it said shin, which means born with the lack of knowledge. That makes sense that we are born into shin or sin.
I was just saying. I saw when Dean and Dom had back and forth a couple days ago. It was pretty interesting. I think they were talking about some type of
Peace Jack
art
streaming.
decode. That's all I was
Yeah.
talking about, Charles.
Yeah, what's with this whole there's this guy on YouTube and this black guy, I forgot his name. I don't remember his name, but he's always talking about Anki and the Bible. that all these people in the Bible were black. He speaks about the Anunnaki being the gods. I'm like, oh boy.
Well, it
Here
sounds
we
like
go
Billy
again.
Carson, like I was talking
Yeah,
about earlier.
there you go. That's his name. Billy Carson. Yep.
Yeah, this dude says
I'm
he has
not
his own
saying he
space
ain't right.
agency.
Yeah, I'm not saying he isn't right on some stuff, but
Right, yeah, I think he's probably right on some things, they speaks on, but like again, bro, he's one of the big people that they're pushing on that guy TV stuff
right.
that I
And I'm
mentioned
thinking, who
earlier.
sent him? That was my first thought. Was who sent that guy? Right? You know, because now he's speaking that he's trying to say he spoke to a Christian and told him that we're God and all this stuff, and I'm like, I see what they're trying to do.
Hey, well, if you look at his Instagram, sometimes that can be an indicator, more revealing than per se like their YouTube videos. And yeah, man, that dude was selling all types of different nonsense. He was branding different types of masks for people to buy during, everything that was going on. Super corny, man. He talks about he's got his own space agency. Yeah, right, dude. You're talking about he's like the number one black, right? Number one black.
Sounds like the right type of guy. Yeah.
Hey, boy.
Yo.
What's up, boy?
Yo, nothing much, dude. Just cooking, baking, shaking, rolling, puffing.
Man, that's a lot of activity.
Yeah, and so I'm witching, dude. And meanwhile, I'm streaming.
Hey, I love it.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with witching. I'd rather you be witching than bitching. So hey.
Right. I'm witching for a reason, and the only effect of my witching is me. It's just all to my beneficiary end, and not to somebody else's detriment. So maybe it shouldn't be called witching. I'm just busy, lazy, and busy. Comfortable. Can't complain. How about you, Chris? How are you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I caught up on a bunch of sleep last night. I let myself falter a little bit with my rule of like don't go to bed past 10 p.m. So
that's gonna be
yeah. I feel like I'm still waking up, bro. But other than that, I'm doing great, man. I'm actually gonna talk to Rebecca Broom here in a little bit after I hop off of here with y'all. But
yeah, she don't come by here no more.
No?
Yeah, she does.
A lot of people disappeared. Bex, Paula, Kimba. I mean, Kimba will stop in, but she don't come up to chat.
Okay.
Whatever happened to fucking Lucid? He disappeared. He don't even come by.
Well,
a lot of people.
Keep in mind what was going on with his kid and his whole situation.
Yeah, he is going through. He's on the front lines at war.
Pew pew.
No, but I am gonna go live a little bit later, guys, and I'm gonna do some art decodes if that interests anyone. That's all I was saying earlier.
Yeah, I love decoding stuff.
For sure, man.
I'll be
that's
there.
What makes a lot of your streams so good at times, man. When we get into some flow states and doing these decodes on the different pictures, even if it's just conjecture at certain points, it's still healthy to do it to a certain degree.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. Nice.
But I know what you mean, Charles. Like, I'd say they still come around, but yeah, bro. I don't know. Maybe put their name in the title. they'll stop by. At them.
Here we go. What's this? I took a picture of this in the it was about July or August, and then I changed the picture to black and white to really show the I don't know what to call that, the reflection, the shadow.
The contrast.
Yeah, there
contrast.
you go. Yep.
Yeah.
Is this what I think it is, Chuck? Is this? Are we looking at the sky?
Huh? What?
There's a shot of the sky there. We were looking at the sky. I was just.
Oh
asking
yeah,
to be
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Okay.
Just like this one. I was really trying to get the definition of what they're putting up there, you know? That's why I changed the color. But
Yeah, it looks
like
like
this.
IR thermal.
Like this is the same one as this one, but I had zoomed in
Right.
a little bit to show more detail. It's like the shadow of it. Look at this. That's crazy how the sky looks blurry, but everything else is normal.
You know, it's definitely it's cool to differentiate and specify with the different types of clouds. I had a buddy in high school who was kind of like slow or autistic or something. I'm not sure, but he would start getting fascinations with really random things. Like he's growing algae right now. He's really into that. At one point, he was like growing weed, but not even because he liked to smoke weed. He just wanted to like try growing it. Like he has all these little things he
Huh.
gets into. Oh, hey, give me one moment here. I gotta take a call. My bad.
That's what I'm saying, Jay Heighton. I think the shadow could be because if they're putting metals, let's say, allegedly, the sunlight's reflecting back up, and that's what's making the shadow. That's what I'm thinking. Just like this one. And then you got this weird shadow right here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I don't know how the hell.
That looks like a shadow of a chemtrail above.
Yeah. It looked just like you see. I was walking down the street passing this building, and I looked to my right, and I said, "What the heck?" I said, "Camera." Clip. Took a picture.
I've seen lots of those shadows in the clouds. Yeah.
Then you got this one. One day, I had to zoom in. I think this is my old camera, my old phone, but I had saved it. It was in, excuse me, my Google Pictures, and this is weird because once it goes right in front of the sun, it's just. I got all sorts.
Here you see it too, right? Here you see the shadow of the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These
So
are all different days too.
And so that means that there's two layers. There's always two layers or more layers because, right?
That's a good point.
The other haze that we see is the layer that was there before.
Right.
And so that's why we wouldn't be able to see the shadow if there wasn't a layer to project the shadow on, right?
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, my buddy, he got really into differentiating the types of clouds, all the different types. And actually, it is kind of cool. Not necessarily that you got to know all the different kinds.
Yeah, especially these days. There's all these technical clouds and new artificial kind of clouds. And
right.
So you can go like totally wild, and they will appreciate that. They will just give you money for giving it names like yeah, that's what we did. They will they will totally work. And my neighbor is also a weatherman. He's particularly fascinated with rain. But when I ask him something about like the higher ups in the sky, he doesn't know anything about that. There must be noble gases there. And he's like, what do you mean noble gases? Like neon and argon? I think they're overrepresented up there. Wouldn't you think so? He was like, no, I never thought about that.
Huh.
What? Yeah. Well, these people.
Hey, I'm gonna hop down. So I might be back up in a little bit, guys. It's good to talk with y'all.
Sure thing, Christos. Oh, and then he's out already. You're muted.
Sorry, I had to use the bathroom.
Good to mute.
Hope it ain't raining out. It's freaking pouring this morning. Sucks. I hate rain. I had an umbrella, but unfortunately.
Oh, it's been raining here for the consecutively for the last 2 months. So.
No.
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah, for real. I'm not even exaggerating. Yeah.
It snowed here. We got about 3 to 5 inches, maybe more. And then it poured rain and just started flooding. All these people that live near like rivers and streams and stuff, they got flooded out. Sucks to be them. Wonder where everybody is. Michigander said, if we don't support him, he isn't supporting us. As the Michigander said, he came by, he goes, boy, if you don't support me, I ain't supporting you. And left. No, I'm joking. But he did say that, and I don't blame him. I think that a lot about other channels, how we support these big channels, but they don't support us.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. Make me some carbonara spaghetti. Carbonara. Love that shit, dude. There's Rebecca and Jack streaming and Yolanda.
Oh, Bex is here. Yolanda.
Jan to go. Mindful exposures, mind you. You've got your own harem going on here, dude. I mean, is there any...
My own what?
Harem.
The hell is that?
You don't know what a harem is?
A harem? No. Thanks always sending me these things for credit cards, right? But every time I filled one out, they deny me. So why keep sending them? Don't make no freaking sense. That's what I think.
What the fuck are you doing? Are you killing ice cubes or what?
ripping up the stuff the bank sends me for this credit card. They send it, I filled it out, they deny me, and they send it every month. It's like, I don't know why. They just don't give up. Right? Alright. Peace, Joe King.
Mr. Joe King in the house. Good to see you, man. My man, Joe King.
Who's going to win the Super Bowl this year? Oh. That's it? Yeah. No.
Drop the link.
Drop the link?
Because the chat is popping. That's what Joe King says.
I can't,
Mesa Melt in the house.
Peace, Mesa Melt. What the hell? I had my picks for football, and now they're gone. I guess that wasn't important, huh? Interesting. How they just get up and disappear, right? Huh. That's weird. I don't know how that happens, but stuff just gets up and disappears.
It's gone. Just into
gone like the wind. Who's Sarah S?
Sarah S?
Yeah.
Sarah. Oh, SRA. That's mindful exposures.
Okay. Oh, okay. I have to make sure.
Yeah, I'm sure it's yeah.
Peace, mindful exposure.
Hey, how you doing, Charles? It's been a while, and Mr. Vor.
Pretty good.
Good.
I'm alive.
Well, happy New Year.
Talking about the building the foundation.
Oh, because someone had said when I used to, well, I still do. I say, let's build. And somebody made a remark, so I said, they said, oh, you want to build? What's the you need to find foundation to build. And I said, yeah, the topic's the foundation. But
yeah, because you know that is partly what I want to do, right? Is literally build a foundation. That's what I've called it, at least, whatever name it comes up with. But so I love this topic just because, making the steps to make it happen and talking that out.
Yeah. So so these are things that you've been thinking about, long before today. And so what are you doing about that? I mean, what are you building? What is...
Well, it's what I call it is like a healing and wellness center, but there's a research lab implemented in this. So the thought is that it's going to be a self-sustaining community where in the middle, in the organizational aspect of it, there's going to be like where there's, quote unquote, like classroom types design, or just places where we can come and teach each other or I should say, teach each other. So whether you're actually running the class or you're the student, and then the kitchen's set up and like just like a community area, but then you would have your own independent setup outside of that. And the idea is that we would develop the land so that it can run like its own ecosystem, and that eventually it wouldn't need money to run it, and that any money that was brought in that sense would be for like little extra incidentals. And so the lab at the same time, because of this, the sustaining part of it, would be working on the free energy as well. And so that we could run, you know, without, again, the worry of any kind of bill set up. So then from there,
So first
the
you need
idea
an electrician. First thing you need is an electrician. Because if you got free energy going on, you know, if that's the first thing, I mean, you know, if you got that going on, that should be a, well, that will come to be a priority. An electrician that knows how to build a free energy machine, and there's many choices, you know.
Yes, and I am fortunate to have been able to have Bernie as my good friend, who has worked with quite a few people who are doing it, and Gerald, who I'm hoping will pop on one of my lives here to get into it, but he has been on to talk about what he's doing right now. And he's just doing, trying to set up whole power setups with battery backups and everything, with copper coil setups for a house. And he's doing it, you know, with his own, he's showing it in real time as well. So it's not, you know, this isn't just fluff. And
No,
that's just one system. There's a multitude
there's
of other
so many
options
systems
for that.
Yeah.
And you've seen the hydrogen fuel cell like set up and stuff too, probably, right?
Right, and that's one of the easiest, because you can actually use how do you say, a fuel engine. You know, you can just use any engine out of any old car, and you can how do you say,
have you seen the generator?
Generate power.
Have you
Yeah,
seen
you need a car from like 89 and earlier.
You don't even need a car, guys. You can get a little standalone generator and do it with that.
So,
exactly.
Yeah.
But you could also use an old car too, and I think that's part of the reason why they want to get rid. The older cars from like 89 and earlier could withstand the EMP, but from
I know.
You know,
there's people.
They had a thing in the city I live in, and they were buying all junk cars. It didn't matter if it was missing all its wheels; like they were just buying them all up and just smashing them.
I hear what you said, but this whole electric thing, the cars, it will not take off. It will not take off.
Good. It's like I hope digital money don't take off.
No, that will not take off either. It's only, I mean, it's subsidized. That's the only thing why that's why people get enthusiastic about it. But none of the people that invest in those schemes are happy with their investment. None of them get any return on their investment.
Good.
So it's gonna. So you know, it's pretty much a done deal already.
Money in the hand is the best way to go. You know, everyone's money hungry, but you don't want digital money.
No, but all these rental cars that invested in electrical cars, right? They're all dumping them by the millions. You know, so
it's junk. They're junk.
It will not take off. But then again, this system might actually be very usable for another sort of free energy, right? I would know how to how do you say, rebuild a fuel engine. I would not know how to rebuild an electrical engine, but I think if you know how free energy works and how to draw energy from the ether, it's very easy. The system that these Teslas use might be very applicable to that kind of source.
You can also make like crystal batteries with the most basic ingredients. Like none of this is that challenging, and it's just a matter of bringing it all together.
Exactly, but you would just get rid of the batteries because you wouldn't have to need them. You would just have this generator, and it would feed your, you know.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Hello, Joe.
But I think Joe King actually knows way more about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
you know, it's really good. First of all, thanks for having me on, Charles, and cool to be here with Sarah. I don't know if we've been on together yet, but I'm super excited about it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I know. When I saw you were coming on, I'm like, I need to come on with the boys this morning.
Yeah, come with the boy. Yeah, balance this thing out a little bit. But it's so cool. I'm super excited to talk to you. And who's the one guy that's on with Bernai all the time? Who's in his? I thought I was a sub to him. He's always in his house with the killer lab. God, I can't remember his name, but he's always on with them, and man, that dude's got a killer setup and can kind of explain things
You
so I
talking
can
about
understand.
Bernie? You talking
Yeah,
about
not
with Bernie?
yeah, Bernie's buddy, the other guy that's always on with them, who has the really good labs.
Jeremiah,
I
Exotic
think so.
Propulsion. Is
I
that who you're
think
saying?
so.
I'll find it. I'll post it for you.
Yeah, he's an American
I think
guy.
it's Jeremiah. He's so cool. And Jeremiah
mean-
and his girlfriend is all of a sudden I can't think of her name.
Well, it's a guy that's been on for years. I've seen him for years with when I
Does he
first
wear
got
if
on.
he comes on, if he does pop his face on, is he wearing is he usually wearing the goggles that are from I'm having a hard time articulating steampunk kind of goggles?
It's a kind
They're
of balding
circular.
guy. It's like the balding white guy a little bit, and oh man, I could look through his videos and find it, but I don't know, I like that dude. Like some stuff is easier for me to hear
And
from
or
certain
Gerald.
people.
I wonder if it's Gerald, and Gerald's actually going to be coming on with some of my lives and stuff. He's super cool. He's
Yeah, I mean,
actually, if you go
it's
to
a
my
good
latest
crew.
videos, I tag him in because I did his logo. I tag him in my description, so you can just go to it that way if you want.
Okay,
You see if
perfect.
that's
Yeah,
him. But he's doing all the free energy with the copper coil right now, and he has like a lab set up too. And he's an older guy. I don't think he's balding though. I can't remember.
You know what? That's him. That's the dude with the coils and explaining how resistance works and less turns with thicker coils and more turns with thinner coils and stuff like that. It's all about that. And what I want to learn is how the hydroelectric works, because like those places I go are, they're bigger hydroelectric plants, old ones, and all the little tributary little rivers or wherever they go off these the mining operations had their own little. They must have had their own little hydroelectric plants, because you see like old little power lines that go to way in the middle of nowhere to all these mining operations up here in the mountains.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, I know what
you
you're
know what I
talking
mean?
about.
So,
Actually,
yeah, it was just hydro to hydro to hydro. Like chain systems of hydroelectric systems.
but it is also easy. Yeah, it's pretty easy to set up a little power setup in any kind of river. You've seen that, right? Where you can just throw the wind turbine into the river and create your own power that way. Yeah.
It's simple.
Yeah. And see, that's actually a lot of off-grid people do that right now. They usually like rely on having a stream so that they can utilize that type of power.
Yeah, like the Swedish mills and stuff, they're still working. Like I watch those videos, they're just churning along doing their thing, man, just water moving it,
Exactly. Hold on, I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second.
What's up, fellas?
Just showing some old pictures.
Just awesome, dude. Look at that. Come on, bro.
Look at this. I don't know where this is, but look at the size of that.
These things are just like an impossibility without some sort of engines, power,
I don't know where this is, but it's overseas. And this is in Tennessee.
So, and that's gone then, obviously. That pyramid.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I like this picture. Yeah.
This is the way it is right here, man. Power and how to utilize it. How does man take it? Energy's everywhere.
Look at this. Who would knock this beauty down? This is woo.
You know what this right here? Inside there's like a swimming pool and like
no.
They're like they'll build it inside these things. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like they'll have an indoor pool. Then you'll go. I mean, these places are absolutely amazing. All these old like resort places or whatever.
I gotta look into this one more,
bro. It's insane. I bet. I mean, I don't know for a fact, but a lot of them do.
I was looking at this picture, and man, it definitely looks like some sort of castle there, man. Like, or an old tree stump or something.
Yeah, this is right
that's
around
not
me.
natural. Definitely not natural. I don't care what no one says. And whatever this went up against, like probably like direct energy weapon, melted or destroyed this thing, no problem. Makes me think about, I'm gonna play the video one more time just because of what you see in the video right here. Before I play it, before I play it, it's a video of a guy using, he calls it his solar death ray, and he's using a screen from an old projector TV, which I showed earlier. I have one, and I'm gonna make one in the summertime, so at high noon I could mess with it. But this is what happens when you put stuff under this directed sunbeam. You name it, bowling balls, pennies, stones. If you put like those stand bricks, turn that into glass. I mean, it reminds me of everything in the desert was hit by like some sort of direct energy.
I know, it's crazy.
When I found this guy melting stuff, instantly when I seen him melt the stone and then the other rock started melting and popping and stuff, I said, bing! That's something in my mind. I started thinking, okay, that makes sense for the desert and all these melted buildings. Yep.
My wife can do that when she looks at me sometimes with her eyes.
Huh. What do you think about these fireplaces right here? They said it used to connect here for electricity.
It's something other than fires for sure. Maybe fires too or something, but like everything resonant. Like you guys were talking about the sun earlier, you know, and it's like the spraying, and it's like the neon and like the sunlight. That light doesn't just heat the whole place. Like the sunlight works with all the other light around, like neon or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Like that they're hiding everything. It's just, I don't know. That's cool though.
I don't know what these are, but I know they took an old picture. They took an old picture and added this stuff in.
Right. And you know, pictures, you know, you don't know what's going on with pictures. So all we do is look and absorb it. Just like the information that's partly lies and stuff. You know, you got to just, you know, sift through it and look at it, you know, study it. Everything, oh, it's fake, it's fake. Maybe, you know. But what else do we got to look at, you know?
All right.
Is that the one, your train station?
I don't know. I don't know which one this is, but the before and after. I don't know what years these are, but
look at it, dude. It's crazy.
Before is so much better than after, always.
It's crazy. They're trying to tear down our local train station with 50 turns, the big turntable, an old train station here. Everybody's fighting.
Look at this building. They tore that building down to leave that.
Columns, dude.
Electricity right here.
Yeah, big time. The amount of metal that went into all this stuff in the old, like stuff I'll find out in mountains, just like.
Well, that's one of the other things I like to talk about, because we've been like so ingrained to believe that gold had the most highest value, when actually like some of the evidence is coming out that there's a lot more copper inlaid in a lot of this metalwork or any of that older tech stuff. So like,
because copper is a conductor, right? And isn't it copper charged water too?
Well, that's what exactly, like when we're talking about electrical culture or the copper coil setup, it's because of its conductivity. And one of the most interesting things to me, I think, is that when you look at the Kincaid Caves information, that when they were pulling out the artifacts that supposedly the Smithsonian still has this. There's a statue of Anubis, and instead of it being inlaid in gold or covered in gold, it was copper. It was made all out of copper.
The dog head Anubis?
Yeah, the dog head god. And it was a full-size statue of him that they pulled out of the Kincaid Caves.
Copper. That's bad. Yeah. And copper's my business. I mean, I've been working with copper for 30 years. I'm serious.
Seriously, for your business?
Well, I mean, like I do like heating systems, right? So when I got into the business, I'd take rolls of soft copper pipe, right? So you take a pipe, imagine it's soft, and you can just roll it like a 1/2-inch pipe. So we'd take that soft copper, roll it onto like where a subfloor is going to be.
Yes,
and pour concrete on top of that. That's what radiant heat is. So
it was a big deal actually in this little town, Joe, because there was like this one family that decided to put that in the late 90s, and they were like the first house. So it was like the talk of the town.
Yeah.
And ever since then, I've been very fascinated and interested in it. So that's so
business.
Cool.
My company used to be was called California Radiant Heating. And I had a C9 contractor's license in California, but it's just too hard. Like once Obama came in, believe it or not, man, I couldn't even keep my business going. It was crazy.
Oh man.
But anyhow, so what happened is when I first got in the industry, about 5 years into it, is when what is called as PEX came out. So that's plastic pipe. And it took over the industry and replaced copper pipe. Now think about that. Plastic is an insulator and copper is a conductor. So that's that's a massive inversion of just like anything else in this realm.
Too.
Yeah, anything else in this realm.
Yeah.
The construction methods are inverted just like everything else. And so my company actually fought against PEX and like went to these meetings and stuff, the guy that I used to work for. And like I put in the last copper radiant heating system in the West Coast in Dana Point, California.
When did you start doing this job?
And now
do you remember in the late 80s when they started taking all the copper piping out of homes and putting plastic?
Big time, dude. They're doing it right now.
Yeah, because they said it's all galvanized, right? Like
the galvanized
lead piping. There was a lot of lead
charges.
in there, so
maybe it does something.
I don't
weird
necessarily
interferes with the fluoride.
Honestly, I think that's part of the. I've talked about this. I really feel that we are way heavily over sanitized, and this whole sewage system setup is not to help. It's hindering.
Well, maybe the copper did something. If copper charges the water, maybe it affected their fluoride game or whatever it was doing. So they had to. And plus, copper charges the water, and it does good for you. The copper pipes. I remember when they were putting plastic, and I'm like that. They were saying because people are stealing the copper pipes, that's why they're putting in the plastic. And
yeah, it's always a crime. It's a crime associated with it. And what it is
for your own good.
Copper is in your blood system. You know, plastic is not. Estrogen and all these things in the plastic gets in your blood, but copper is literally part of you. So it makes total sense to use it. And copper pipes will last longer than the structure they're in. The house will fall down around the copper pipes first. That's how long copper will last.
Well, that's why you need to stay rich and build your own house and put nothing but copper and tell them to screw themselves when it comes to plastic.
Yeah, galvanized. What galvanized does is it rusts inside. It shrinks. The ID shrinks. That's why when you flush your toilet and it burns in the shower, it's because you have a galvanized system, and the pipe feeding your shower and the pipe feeding your toilet are a little clogged. So you're not getting enough flow of cold water to both at the same time, because the inner diameter, the ID of the galvanized pipe shrinks and shrinks and shrinks. And so it's because you have an open loop system, which is your regular plumbing is what's called open loop, and a hydronic heating system is closed loop. So closed loop, you use the same water over and over and over again for 30 years. It distills after 2 weeks of heating and becomes non-corrosive and will not corrode the pipe. So don't let nobody tell you copper pipes will corrode. You know, in a proper installed closed loop heating system, it will not.
The only thing corroding is your brain from drinking fluoride.
No, Mr. Super Sidewinder loves copper pipes.
And don't forget, guys, the power of intention. Like if you can pray over polluted water and change its molecular structure, think about that ability mentally. So I only say that with the fluoride thing because not everybody always has the choice to avoid every little bit of that. is all.
Yeah, I installed my whole thing. You know, I'm lucky. You know, I'm a plumber, so I got parts. I kept them. And I have my RO and a house filter. You know, I have a hydrogen thing. I got. Yeah, I take care of it, man.
Yeah.
Peace to Gabriel and peace to Mr. Super Sidewinder.
And yes, everybody's talking about drinking out of the copper vessels, and that's right on. Hey, Mr. Super Sidewinder, I call him, the joke is Mr. Super Spider, because like when I tried to name it,
I'm shocked to hear. I'm shocked to hear that Mindful Exposures is doing what she's doing, man. I think that's awesome because that could be like a domino effect for people coming together and starting to grow their own food and starting to be self-sufficient and break away from the system.
So I'm not expecting all of us in this community to come together because I'm not sure how likely that is.
I'm in.
For multiple reasons.
I'm in.
No,
I got all sorts of skills: roofing, sheetrock, basic plumbing, basic electrical, on and on and on.
And you know, the other thing I know about you is I can already tell you're a hard worker. And sometimes that can be really rare. Regardless, there's a lot of opportunity here. But I've talked about that I want to build a blueprint. And I want this to be free education. Now, what I have kind of decided, and it's thanks to Kimba and Cage talking about things being more private, and that kind of planted a seed in my head that I do agree that I'd like to actually make these a little bit more private meetings. So I'll put out notices, you know, and I'll send you guys emails. I already have all of you. Wait, actually, I don't think I have your email, Joe. If you could send me your email, that'd be awesome. Yes, I do.
I'll put it in private.
And I was about to send out invites because I'm talking about that I would like to send you guys private invites to come to these discussions. And I have, you know, here's the thing. I was actually supposed to be in Ecuador right about now. And I'm really thankful I'm not. If you know what's going on there.
Interesting.
But
are they taking over the country?
Yeah, Ecuador's not very nice at the moment.
No, it's kind of scary.
Hey, they're doing more than what we're doing.
Well, I'm not going to deny that, but there's also it's very heavily cartel oriented. So that's maybe not the right kind of takeover you want. Now, here's the thing about Ecuador is the natives, and this is known for a long time, will hold strong. So they're just sitting back at the moment because it's not like they're coming out with arsenal, but they have a very strong hold, especially on the lines of entering the jungle, how to navigate the jungle, which is like its own weapon in itself. So I don't think it's going to last, but I'm just like, there was shit leading up to this. There was bad shit going on there, you know, in the areas that we were talking about setting up. And I just think was being Americans trying to come in to open this like wealthy foundation was not maybe a good idea. So what I'm getting at is that I've done a lot of the legwork. I have a lot of the information, and I'm going to go and get more resources. I've already established that, and I'm going to be doing more interviews with people who are not only have intentional communities already and already trying to kind of do what I'm doing, except for I'm, you know, trying to add a little something else to it. But and other people who, you know, especially in the alternative health aspect, because like part of that healing and wellness thing is to talk about all these alternative healing methods that are so overlooked that I talk about, you know, which is energy related. It's all and frequency and energy.
I'm in.
Awesome. And Joe, you're close enough that I'll be like, and now that you just told me about your experience, like, yes, you get your family up there. I will make sure that you are set up.
Oh, it sounds so good. Yeah. We set up shop here. I've got 5. We have 5 adults and a baby and a dog and one on the way where I'm at.
Not a problem. And I want, like, I've talked about this also, like part of this is, so I'm going to be 39 this year, and so old, just kidding.
Yeah.
But I, you know, my life is just the way it's all worked out, and not that I didn't want children, but I don't have children, and I'm not married currently, and all that's okay. I'm cool with that. I've talked about, like, I'm ready to go. I feel like I've done some of the legwork to go out and just be in the woods, and, you know, I can handle this by myself. But I don't think, for me, that doesn't feel like the point. The point feels like bringing some of this together, or setting up, like I just talked about, a blueprint to share with everybody so we can all go do this. And part of this, by the way, is being able to set this up as something where we're not stressing about taxes. So once you become self-sustainable, then this is something that hopefully you'd be able to get out of it in that sense. And that's the other reason why I don't want to talk about that part of it and the legality parts of it too publicly, is what I realized, because that is then just like, we would become targets if I was like trying to lay out free plans for everyone to do this, right? So anyway,
man, I think you're so neat, Sarah, man. I appreciate you, man.
I appreciate
really,
you, Joe. Seriously, like
I
big
do,
time.
man.
Your energy is huge in this community. Thank you so much. That was really nice.
It's cool, man.
That was really
What
nice.
I would like to hear you also have some, I don't know. I want you to have more stuff. I want you to be happier.
And here's the thing, like, I've joked too, like once we get this community set up, I am gonna have like a shack with a landline in it. So for anybody who wants to take their cell phones and chuck it over the ravine,
ooh,
I'm going. That's what I'm doing. I don't need much. I just want to be, set. And I'm happy with some of the most minimal things. Now, one thing I will say, especially with the technology aspect of it, I can definitely live without the computer. I love doing that sometimes just to get away from it. But I absolutely love the creative aspect of it too. I mean, you guys can tell I really do like making these videos.
yeah.
And so some of that I still feel like there's a place for it, and there's a place for those kind of creative outlets, especially like, also with like music and all the setups for music with electronics. I still think there's a place for it, even though some people be like, well, the frequencies. Well, we can tune the frequencies. I'm working on that too. There's a lot of people do that I don't know if you guys have experience, but the converting your frequencies and with your audio when you like put stuff out. But again, power of intention, trying not to like over obsess about all that.
That's what our workshops will be, man. Cool, art, functional art and stuff like that.
Oh man. Yes.
So fun, right?
Like functional art is my middle name.
I can make little copper men out of fittings and stuff. I know guys that do that. They'll make take tees and little caps and make little men, and stuff out of copper. It's kind of cool.
Whose email is that in the back?
That's mine. Oh, I didn't put. Oh, that's right. My name. Let me put my name on it.
Yes, I like goats, and I definitely want goats. And like, so I want people who are like older involved. And that's what I was getting at about my situation, was that, so like, my thought is like, I help raise my friend's kid. Like, I'm definitely a hands-on person. I love children. I love education. So I want to be able to work with all these kind of different people. So I want families coming in, young, old people, like, that's what I mean. Because I'm going to be one of those.
My wife's business is kids.
And I'll help raise your kids. See, part of this is that I keep talking about is this whole takes a village concept. Like, we used to be able to help each other out. And when somebody was having like a mental health crisis, everybody stopped what they were doing to help resolve the situation and get people back, refreshed. And I also talk about part of this, and we lost Charles. Part of this community was going to be having a space for your own private getaway. So like, we'd have enough land that we'd have like some sort of setup, and it was sort of known as like, that's the solitary shed area. So if you need to get away, you can get away. And it doesn't mean you're not going to have your own space, and that we don't need to be right on top of each other either. So
right.
Anyway,
cool.
I'm going to shut up now because I said enough.
I know. You know what it does? I spent so much time as a kid alone that, like, as an adult, I made it so I'm never getting divorced. My kids aren't going away from me. I mean, I have that, I don't know if it's separation anxiety or whatever, but like, I just love, and my granddaughter, her life, all she knows is everybody's around her, her uncles and everybody. And like, she's never going to know that loneliness, man. It's like, you got to turn to grandma and grandpa, go back to mom and dad, go have uncles and aunts around, good people, like that's, oh man, it's the only way to be, man. It's just like, I feel so good having people around me.
Family's the foundation, man. I know how it is to be lonely.
Mm-hmm.
And
You
have
know,
no
once your mom
family, it
passed,
sucks.
sucks, man.
And then a week after my mom passing, my uncle passed.
You were close to him too, Charles?
Huh?
You were tight with your uncle too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Man.
My uncle, my mother, my aunt, and my grandpa. That was my family. See, it's like a curse.
Mm.
My mother was 10. I think my aunt was, I don't know how old she was. She was older, and my uncle was older. But my grandma died when my mom was 10. And then I lose my mother when I was 20. And then my uncle a week later. And then my grandfather passed when I was 25. So that's like my whole
Yeah, I've had a lot
family
of
gone.
that in my life. Yeah, I've had a lot of that in my life. I do have a big family, but just yeah. And I had like a friend pass away in 3rd grade, and I've had my really good friend. Yeah, I know. Yeah, my friends
It's
lost their
like a chain
child.
reaction.
A lot of shit. There's a lot. Yeah. So some of that I wonder too if you've had any spiritual experiences around some of those passings.
I don't know.
Because
I've
I have,
lost too
and that's
many
been a huge
friends.
part of who I am now. Like my friend, he more or less committed suicide, but like you wouldn't have, like that wasn't a definitive thing when they found him, and it took them 2 weeks to find him, and he was like communicating with me during those 2 weeks, and that was something that like I didn't understand what I was hearing, and it was kind of weird. And then all of a sudden they found him, and it was like everything that I was hearing him say, made sense right in that moment. And so that was very impactful for me. But just like, anyway, I'm sure I have a feeling, Charles, that maybe you don't like see it right, or you can't see it right now while you're thinking about it, but you did have something, because if to have that much around you in your life and with your mom and everything, it's like you might be more connected to it than you realize too. Anybody else have any experiences like that? I'm just curious. It's just kind of interesting to find that out.
Like once you lose a friend too, it was just a chain reaction of overdoses, car accidents. I had 3 friends die in their sleep. It's crazy.
Wow. Like 3
Once my
friends
mom,
that were young, and they just died randomly in their sleep?
friend Big Tom was like 38. My friend, my friend Jeff O'Neill was 30 something young, and
Yeah, that's young.
Dojo was 38, and my friend Pavin was about my age. He just passed away like a few months ago. And my friend Anthony that I grew up with. A lot of my friends I grew up with are gone.
I think you'll see him again. No, I don't know exactly what that means yet, but that resonates with me. Maybe it won't be in our own shells, or maybe we will have some of that form, but I do think that it's not a forever goodbye. It's a see you later.
Okie dokie.
I'm here. I'm just getting ready.
Where's Voy at?
Yeah, boy.
I know he's thinking to say something.
You know, I'm in the kitchen, right?
Oh, gotcha.
No, I was just spending my time walking here.
I went to a big college basketball game last night. The University of Nevada, Reno versus Boise State. 10,000 people were there. And I'm kind of buzzing off that energy of all those people from last night. I hadn't been around that many in a while.
Wow, man. I mean, I'm
I
not
know what you
jealous.
mean.
You know?
I would just say no. Just say no. No, I'm not gonna. But
if you kind of pay attention how you feel, you know, a lot goes on with all the energy.
Yeah, I've gotten pretty good, I feel, at being able to dump. Like, I have had weird experiences even just going to this local grocery store. But since I've been really aware, because like when the whole empath thing came out for me, that really was like, oh,
Right.
that's exactly it. Like, it explains so much for me, right? It was like, and then when you start to realize it, then all of a sudden I was hyper aware, and it was like I had like these goggles on, but it wasn't like that I could see, I could feel, I could extra feel, and I could almost sense exactly where the energy was coming from at that point.
Totally.
And so it's happened now, yeah, like the grocery store. And so I've had they're in a bad mood, and like I pissed them off because I did something that really like shouldn't have pissed them off, right? And so you have to like learn how this goes really for anybody in talking about all these friendships that we've been making and dumping this energy, that sometimes there's expectations or there's assumptions that are laid, and we're just kind of standing there and we're like, wait, what? What just happened? Yeah. And so learning how to like transmute it and dump it, I think, is partly key to dealing with everything currently. Right. I also wonder if, I'm going to shut up after this, but if current frequencies in the world aren't shifting, and that also is going to help with sort of like this idea, like we're at a point of lunacy, and at some point that frequency will shift, or that moon will shift, and it'll subside. So
well,
anyway,
so I mean, it's already shifting. It's quite shifty, you know, as it is.
Nice.
I feel like you accept it or not, some of it, that bad energy, you know? I feel like if I just shut it off, like I have a little valve, like plumbing, like close it, then you ain't getting in. And if I let it in, if I want it in, I can let it in. You know, I'm starting to control it now to where I don't get them bad vibes on me of people. Yeah. It's funny too, with the empath thing. I had flashbacks to my brothers. I have two older brothers that were like, you used to feel so like if someone was like sad, I'd be sad, or if they're happy, I'd be happy. Like they'd be like
E.T. style, right? Yeah.
I've always been like that, man.
Me too. And it was just like, oh, thank God, I understand.
Not crazy.
Yeah, and people just be like, God, you're pretty emotional.
You're a wuss.
Quit Sorry to hear that. Jack Streaming said, my dad passed in 2022. Yeah, that's the worst part of life.
Jeez, Jax, that's so recent. It's still so raw.
Losing my cat sucked. That was detrimental, losing my friend. I didn't think it would be that detrimental losing an animal, but you know, right when you know you used to your everyday waiting, the animal's waiting for you and just being a friend.
Exactly.
And then the animal's dead. And then watching her suffer, I couldn't help her. It sucked.
Yeah, I lost my cat, who was of 18 years. Like, I will say I called her my best friend. I mean, the kind of conversations that people may have thought were one-sided, to me was deeper than that. But she passed away in 2020, and my dog, who made it to over 18 years too, passed away last year in October of 2022. So like over a year ago now. But yeah, so I don't even, I totally get it. And I mean, and also I don't have children, so that doesn't help it either. But to me, they're definitely family.
It's definitely its own thing, man. Your pets, it hurts. It don't matter about anything else, man. We had an 18-year little Chihuahua for 18 years too. A long time. She passed away a few years ago. That's a long time, man.
I know that's what's I mean, I didn't expect them to live that long necessarily either, and it's like they become so much part of your day. Right now, my other cat right now is on my. She wasn't actually. I never meant to actually adopt her in that situation. It's like a long story, but if you can you hear her purring? Like
cool.
Just sitting here on my lap. She'll just sit here and purr. She's the best.
Oh, my little dog was not nice though. She was not friendly. And she liked to lay by herself. She didn't like to cuddle or nothing. She was funny, man. She was like
a little ornery Chihuahua.
I know 5 pounds. Like I'd be standing in the kitchen, she'd walk up behind me and go, yeah, and bark so loud I'd jump. Because she was hungry, and she'd look at me all mean, like, you better give me some food. She's like 4 pounds, just staring at me like, dude, give me food now. Like,
dude, the Chihuahuas have some of the best personalities ever. You want to talk about little humans? Like you can, oh man.
You used to kick we had a bigger dog.
Chihuahuas mixes. They're all mixes, but yeah.
Oh, are they? Yeah.
Like one's mixed with a Dalmatian, a miniature Dalmatian. This guy, we call him a gentleman, but you talk about the personality. Oh, he's very opinionated. It's very much on his terms, but he's not a barker. But oh my god, he's hilarious. And then this other one was mixed with a Shih Tzu.
Correct.
And that dog, oh my god, that dog also could fly. It literally could fly.
Yeah.
And then of course, like this lady, this is a long story, but they named this dog Cupcake.
Yeah.
It was just hilarious.
Their Chihuahuas are fast. People don't know.
Yeah, they are, and they're funny. They're quite funny if you get to know some of their personalities. So like the fact that you had an ornery one, because I've seen those. I've never like.
Oh, she was mean. Yeah. So we had a bigger dog. That she'd kick her off she had a bigger pillow and we had, bed, and we had a little bed. So she kicked the big dog off the big pillow. I come in the kitchen one night and the big old dog's on this little pillow looking all scared, and my little tiny 4-pound dog's on this big old pillow just dead asleep punked the big dog, kicked her off. She was funny, man.
That is hilarious.
It's kind of also the state of the world,
Are you saying she had a little small hat on? No,
yeah, that's what I'm lying. Yeah. I mean, if it's a tiny dog, it has a tiny head, right? So.
Man, sun's coming out here in Connecticut. About time.
It's freezing rain here right now, and I'm feeling quite lucky because it's not seeming to stick too bad. Say that again, sir.
You're in the East Coast or Central or West?
No, I'm West Coast. I'm in Oregon. Me and Joe are West Coast.
Oh, nice.
Joe and I actually might be the closest to each other than any of us, now that I think about it.
Bex lives pretty close to Oregon, I think, or is that Washington State? I don't know.
Vancouver. She's in Canada. She's Vancouver Island. And then I'm Central Valley, Oregon, and Joe's like not quite northern, like kind of northern central. Well, I should say also East California.
Where I'm at, yeah. Northern Nevada, yep.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait. I have got so many plans to go explore so many areas around there. So it'll be cool if it works out this summer. I'm also going to Utah though, Joe. So if the opportunity presents itself, you can come out and go on.
Where at?
Oh, mostly the Uintas, and we are going to be doing some like gold and emerald exploring. So there's going to be a little bit of that. But
I mean, I have a drone too that I don't even know how to operate and stuff too.
Okay, because we need to talk a little bit more because we're gonna actually be doing full like documentary style episodes when we go do this and doing interviews with people. But I just talked about this, that I need some drone footage for this.
Oh,
and we want drones
contribute
because there's caves everywhere, and this way we can fly the drones up and actually check out these caves because we can't if they're not super easy to climb up to without having climbing gear.
I get fired up just thinking about it, man.
I know. Okay, sorry. Like they just
I
got me
love
all
it.
pumped. Okay, I got your email.
Bad
So I'm
timing.
going to.
Bad timing to talk about caves in January 2024. You know, it's just don't do it. Don't talk about caves.
Why?
Haven't you heard tunnels and everything?
Oh,
oh
those things are old. Those are ancient tunnels, dude.
Dude, Sasquatch is in those caves.
Just like everywhere else.
Sasquatch caves. Okay, yeah, I think those are cool. Yeah.
Then we're good, right? Right.
Those are the cool tunnels.
Nice. Be What It Is comes through Reno. That's cool. Border of gold. Oh, you got gold. Mine, Be What It Is has got a creek with gold in it. Nice.
I'm gonna jump off in like 10, 15 minutes.
Yep. Perfect.
I gotta go to the store and shop, unfortunately.
No, that's perfect, man. Wanted to say hi to everybody.
Yeah, I appreciate you letting us come on.
My friends.
Come by more of my I want to hear more about this. I don't know what to call it. Freedom Society.
Let's be careful what we call it.
I think intentional community is good actually, because that can actually encompass all kinds of different designs or setups, like some cultish types designs, but we're going to avoid that. I'm going to be talking about that too. Like my idea is that if you're coming into this community, then you're going to serve some time on the board. It's part of the requirement. Everybody has to have a voice. We're not doing this like shit. Yeah.
The opposite
people
of how it works.
Try to throw dirt on it, and that's just the way people are. That's the childish mind state of some people. But
I know it's interesting. I just find it interesting that not enough people are having these kind of conversations, because it's like it's actually going to be quite simpler than it seems. We just need land.
Ton of time. Yeah, I said, if we can all save up 500 to a G, you get 10 people together, you could buy a good chunk of land.
Yep.
And no one's ever jumped on the idea. So.
Well, we're going to do it, and we're all going to do it together. And if we can't all do it together, we're going to help each other figure it out. So we're going to help each other figure out the rules and regulations. And I've done enough research. I feel like this is where I get in. I'm not even going to say the name of it. So we'll talk about this later. And again, we're going to have private meetings. They're open to the public, but it's just going to be private. We're not live on the air.
Yeah, right.
Nice.
Yeah, I could do a YouTube show. It's real.
I'll throw up the truck signal and drop the link. Now it gives me something to save, to look forward to save on, because I've been waiting for somebody to have kind of the same solutions I want. So my goal is to save a brand and put it towards some land.
I'm going to apologize. Who's B Watts is again?
Be What Is.
Be What It Is. That's B.
Be What It Is. So stupid.
Be What Is.
Yeah, thank
you. So that's who he is. Yeah. That's what that is.
What's his first name? I'm sorry, because I feel like I know you've been on before. Anyway, he says he's got gold. He's got property in Northern California with gold on it. So I'll put my email in the chat, because you guys, this is open to
Yeah, there's places like Cold Springs and things like that right on the border of California, and right over where he's talking about, there's still a lot of affordable things in way Northern California. You know, it's just so it gets cold, man. That's why I came down in a little bit into the valley where I'm at. Like I'm where the desert meets. You know, I'm at the edge of the desert, so like, but
Ooh,
you
that's a
still, it's
good
good
place to be.
growing. It's really good growing. I mean, and the desert's fun, man. It really is. You get your side by sides, go explore. It's
That's
same
like
as Utah.
actually, you would love Eastern Oregon
Yeah,
because in Eastern Central, it's very desolate. It's all like big high desert with like some pockets of the big Ponderosa pines. And actually, that's
Ooh.
where I had my Bigfoot experience. But it's amazing. I mean,
Oh
there's
my
so much to explore. And this is like also, we'll talk more, but this is where my friend and with Utah, and because he's done a lot of like lost gold mine research, and that's actually how we connected, because I've been looking for this one that's famous in Oregon, and he was
Really?
able to give me all these details, and like, and now it makes sense, like where it's supposed to be, but I'm not allowed to go to it because it's kind of already like claimed, if that makes sense.
Oh, dang.
But
So
I
you
mean,
can't.
he said he would take me there potentially when he comes to visit, but like I can't go out there to go try to get it. You know what I'm saying?
Wow, I got like a million questions about that. That's awesome.
Right? He's got. I mean, this guy, and he's like, he's an old school guy, so he's got he's a wealth of knowledge. And this is part of the Terry Carter crew. But anyway, we'll talk about that.
Especially if they got equipment, man. That's, you know,
Oh
I've been
yeah.
slowly building up my stuff.
And I don't have. You have like sluice box stuff and everything.
As far as what?
You have sluice box equipment. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I mean just like filming stuff, going out.
Yeah.
You know, lights, boots.
And I got
You know.
I got lighting equipment too, like, because that's why I've been inspired. Now I want to do all these documentary interviews style, so that it's like really nice quality episodes. It's gonna be good stuff. Yeah,
I got a lot of Makita battery operated equipment and stuff like that. I got my you know, like but stuff as far as like getting into a mine and getting around it safely, I'd like someone to show me some stuff. You know what I mean? I watch these videos and stuff, but I'm like,
oh
you know,
yeah.
it's
Okay,
like I
here's the
want.
other problem. Like like it's known that the Uintas are just full of booby traps. Because the Ute
Oh,
Indians did a lot of that, and that's why, like, well, and they're still finding a ton of Spanish artifacts, Spanish gold, Spanish armor,
ooh,
and like that's still all up in there. It's
yeah.
so we have to be very careful with what we're doing for sure.
Oh
Like,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
And you got me so excited. And then you said there's boobies, and I was even more excited.
Dude, traps, booby traps, booby traps.
Okay, get the whole. Okay.
Calm down.
Cancelled. You know.
Wet teacher contest.
That's what wars are started over, boobs. You know, that's like
right.
Did you say boobs? What? No.
Booby traps, dude.
I'll kill you. Oh, that's good.
So, brings the
Another
sword.
dream down the drain. Yeah.
Down the drain.
He said Christ brought the sword and fell on it. Oh, yeah.
Last time I was talking about that giant thing of Hercules they found on the English mountainside. They found it years ago. It's a giant, where like in Peru, when you make a big man, you know, just huge, like. But they found it's Hercules with a giant boner, and they uncovered his giant boner, and and they go, well, this is definitely an erect phallic going into battle is Hercules. So they decided it's Hercules because they thought it might have been Oliver Cromwell. But they're like, no, the big boner is definitely Hercules. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, in that case, it's always either Zeus or Hercules.
Right. Yeah, right. I always wonder if the Jupiter got, you know, how Jupiter got cut off and put in the ocean or whatever. You know, I always wonder if that, you know.
Well, that's okay. So, because you know, Shem Tartarian Truth, we were just talking about.
Yeah,
this
I
the
dig
other
Shem.
day.
I like him a lot. Yeah,
Shem is a good guy. Good guy. So everybody, Tartarian Truth. Anyway, we were talking about this whole mythology thing, and like this repeated scenario amongst like all the religions. You look into, you know, ancient China, ancient South America, India, they all have these deities that like lay out like what you're talking about, like Kronos and also Zeus. When they died, like there were other gods born from their death, and like the symbology of what that really means. but then also like the symbology, because you're talking about this, like I know this is kind of controversial, but this like rampant theme of rape and incest, like from the get-go, is like all over this religion, right?
Tons.
Yeah,
constantly.
So, but what's the symbol? Like, what is the? I don't know. We're gonna try to break some of this down a little bit because that's actually gonna be part of this Pareidolia series, because it's like
throwing a little
the origins of
bestiality too in there.
religion, right? Like, where is that all started? What is the beginning of the beginning, right? Yeah.
Humans turn to animals and have sex with people and stuff. You know, it's just really twisted.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, like
intentionally.
Yeah, we were talking about that with the goddess that slept with the bull.
Right. That was Zeus was the bull, I think.
Or something. Yeah.
Beautiful white bull, it said. He was so beautiful she couldn't resist the bull.
Like, but it was also because her husband wouldn't kill the bull, and so they cursed his wife to have like, I don't know if Eros was involved, but to like fall for the bull. And so then she lusted after the bull and then slept with it, and then a minotaur was born. And now and then the maze was born. Like, what the fuck is that? Elaborate.
The maze with the centaur guarding it, right? The centaur guarded it. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, Icarus and stuff. Yeah, man. It's like, what the hell, dude? And it's everywhere, man. I get it. You cannot escape this Greek, all this mythology, man. It's just constant. Oh God, what is it? Renown is the hospital here. Like Men of Renown. Renown is the name of the hospital. Giant Renown. Are you going to Renown? And I hear Men of Renown.
We have all saints. All our hospitals are named after a saint. St. John, St. Charles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not all of them, but a lot of them.
And they go, this one used to be a regular man, and he got his glorified body, and you're like, so what are you saying? Are you, Jesus was Jesus.
And that's not just in that religion, that's across the planet that exists.
Oh yeah. They're all similar. The stories jive up and everything. That's when you get to religion. That's the question I kind of ease into people. Like I was talking to Toilet Bowl the other night. I was like, so dude, do you think honestly the history of this thing, like the Smoky Mountains has this old Orthodox Russian place that some guy married a Russian girl and built this Orthodox church in the middle of the Smoky Mountains? And it's like, no, that fucking thing's been there forever, bro. This is, your religion is intertwined with history that in all of it's a lie or some sort of lie, half a lie or something, it's really fascinating. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
No, I understood that. And yes, that's exactly the point I was getting at. Yeah. So it's just like pointing out all these correlations and, just because it's fun, because we're going to get to do expeditions and, and maybe even make a little money while we're doing it. And
surely
for now, and that money's going to go towards, by the way, because I don't really give a shit about money at the end of the day. I mean, to be totally honest.
You shouldn't. Money is important.
It is.
To make this first step, right?
It is.
Then once I get established, then I don't need it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but you shouldn't. I hear what you're saying, but that shouldn't be. I think you shouldn't pitch it like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're gonna need money anyway. To start.
I'm going to make it worth it. I'm going to make it worthwhile because we're going to put quality content out. Yeah.
But you can't deny money, if it also, to be honest, it can't be your goal to get rid of money, because that would be
right.
That would be inconceivable. Right. That's like,
well, actually, we're going to break that down a little bit, because I have actually looked into this, and this comes into like how communities work. And there's some communities that do work off of other types of ideas.
Yeah, that's true.
I want to break that down. Hey, and I'm open. I hear you out, boy. I'm not saying I got it all figured out, and this is sort of why I want to have these discussions. Like, let's break this down. That's awesome to bring up.
Like dealing with the system.
I hear what you say, because I've seen examples of villages or communities, as you might call them, that live without money, or hardly without any money. Well, not in the community itself, at least. And they actually just live by trading, and by ownership. If you own
ourselves,
a form of trading. Yes. And like skill sets, but see, that's why I say, like, there's sort of a responsibility is the idea of this intentional community. It doesn't mean that I'm holding everybody to like some kind of job and some kind of 9-to-5 shit, okay? But I am saying that you're there with a purpose. You're not there to just lollygag.
You're gonna flip it, Sarah.
We're all gonna bring something to the table. That's the point. We're all unique beings. We all have something to offer.
What if you get everybody out there and you're like, all right, everybody, this is your job. No.
Listen up. Mom's in the house. Where's Bex when I need her? She's also mama. Listen up.
You can have my wife too. She'll be, and by the way, boy, my wife was mad because he called my dog a small hat. She said, I told her I did.
Tiny one, only the tiny one. I think the big dog should have a top hat. You know.
Top hat.
Yeah, he totally deserves that. You know, especially
the preschool dog.
Especially since somebody took over his cushion. You know, I won't name his name. You know, because these tiny hats are very delicate.
Oh.
Delicate. Tippy toe.
Sweet, man. I'm good. That's a good way to get the day started, man. I feel good right now.
I know. That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
I also was like, I'm just gonna hang out until I might lose power, but it's actually looking like we're gonna be okay.
Oh, really?
Well, it's just been straight up freezing rain since I woke up this morning. So now it's been
the worst.
3 hours of it, I think. Yeah.
Rather have snow.
Exactly. The good thing though, I don't see any trees starting to like lean, which is a good sign, which means it's not sticking like that. And that's what I was hoping for. So it's just like little ice crystals on the ground.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go skating down the hill here in a little bit. I'll do a video for you guys.
Yeah. I should do a video of all the bent over trees in the forest I find from snow. They're like all bent over. Like I pass them a lot while I'm doing anything, but they're just so neat looking. They're like just from heavy snow all winter.
I love that.
I know.
Oh, I miss that about Wisconsin, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I actually find myself like seeking snow out now every once in a while. I do miss living in Central Oregon a little bit because we would get snow at least like once during the summer or during the winter.
Yeah.
But it would melt, like it wasn't a big deal, but we would get a good amount of it, so I could kind of enjoy it, and then it was gone. But Wisconsin, it's literally it was growing up,
right,
from October to May, like often. So it was like your entire year was like winter, you know, and it's a little much. It's beautiful, but yeah, I mean, Oregon is just ridiculously beautiful. I'm very glad I moved out.
Damn, what happened? Anyone there?
Yeah.
We're here, bud.
Yo, yo, yo. Oh, Charles been up 4 hours now.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Charles is good company.
He is, man.
Where'd everybody go?
We're here, bud.
Yeah, you're right.
Just me. Maybe I can't hear nobody.
Oh, man. We should all just start like screaming, so when he comes on, he's like, "Oh no!" We should all just be like, "Ah!" What's wrong? What's wrong?
Oh.
I think he's trying to go shopping, and so he probably
yeah.
Hey, Charles, can you hear us?
Somebody make a sound.
Yo, yo, yo.
We're here.
Oh, it's my headphones.
Yeah, plug my headphones. Yo.
Yo, bust a move, dude. Come on.
Just bust a move.
I want to hear. You guys ever watch Rocky?
Oh yeah.
The scene where he's like, where Mickey comes to his apartment, you know, to convince him to fight again, and he's yelling at him, and after he kicks Mickey out, and he's just screaming at the door. He goes, "You come over here. You say I fight the fight. Yeah, I fight the fight. Big deal. I got my head punched in. But anyway, I want to hear Charles do that scene.
Yeah.
Fight the fight. I'll fight the fight. Big deal. Get my head kicked in.
Good.
Like this. He starts punching the door.
I can imagine why you want to hear Charles say that. Yeah.
You do good Stallone.
But that was a good reenactment, and I totally remember that scene now.
Fight the fight. Yeah, I fight the fight. He's like, you don't like my place? It stinks. This place stinks or what? He just starts screaming. It's so good, dude. It's so good.
Now you guys should be able to hear me. My headphones went off. Where's everyone?
We could hear you. You couldn't hear us.
Yeah. Someone's jamming.
Woo, yeah.
Yeah, man.
All right.
He's got a big speaker too. I always wanted to go to Jamaica and live just like the Rastas live.
Sure.
Right off the land.
Me too. And I.
What is it called? Idol or something they eat. I think it's called Idol. I don't know.
Dude, that's not going to be easy. Just eating, mealy rice, rice porridge, and just rice porridge, and then some rum, and smoke some weed, and then.
They got vegetables. I watched this guy who lives in Jamaica. He lives off the land. He eats mostly vegetables and fruit.
So some.
He rarely cooks.
That sounds good. Sounds good.
Probably eat a lot of fish.
Yeah, fish is good.
And he drinks spring water out the mountain, which is dope. No Florizel.
Yeah.
So Ital is that
stuff too. So they still have like livestock and stuff and chickens but they eat a lot of sea life. I've done a little research because I was like, I definitely wanted to go. I got like 3 major bucket list places that's probably one of them. Like, I want to.
People want to come to America. I'm trying to leave.
Jamaica, right?
Peace, smoking G-Sharp.
So Ital is when Bob Marley says, I will see you through. He's talking about that. Apparently.
Dean. Sorry, Joe. I just want to say peace to Dean, Maggot, and smoking and G-Sharp. What was that again? Sorry, Joe. Can you repeat that, please?
I was reading the chat in Ital. I hadn't seen that word before. Ital. And then I be what it is said. So I just put it together. That's I will see you through in that song when he says that. I'm not familiar with that.
Peace to Rebecca or Mommy Chula for you. Peace to the whole chat. Peace to all 28 people in the chat.
What's up, G-Sharp?
Oh, I hear my little grandbaby
I
getting up.
always say what up to this homeless guy. He's not homeless no more. He finally got his apartment.
Nice.
They made him live in the streets in the winter. They kick you out of the place at like 5 a.m. in the freezing cold. Like, what's the point of even being in these, places? Because they want your money. You gotta pay them, which I get it, to sleep every night, but they boot you. You're only there from like 7 afternoon or 6 till 5 in the morning, and then they boot you back out on the street in the freezing cold. People be waiting a year to get on Section 8 and get all that housing and shit just to be controlled. When America should bring fucking jobs. But we all know that won't happen. They're bringing jobs, all right, for machines. Yeah, hit the link if you want.
Yeah, the eliminating the jobs thing. That's the only reason why, too, like, just to point this out, there's certain tactics right now that are definitely to sort of instill a little bit of a fear in us. And one of those is you'll own nothing and be happy. And the other one is you're all going to eat bugs, which is coincidentally, I think, both Klaus Schwab, right? Regardless, I think both of those are, if you really break those down, like what we were just talking about with our idea, it's like none of that is actually that ridiculous. And so, but to me, it's made to put out there to get you stirred up and get you emotional about it. And then who knows what that does, you know, with the power of manifestation. That's why it's like, just F all of this. Like, let's just stop listening to this and playing into it. And like, let's just move forward and build something, right?
Yeah, with that, what you said goes also those giant cities, like, you know, that are like 10 stories and look like giant apartments. They really want to build those things.
Yeah, they want us to be like so condensed into these like little apartment complexes, right? Like everything's just like shoved next to each other like that, when I don't know, we don't need to be living on top of each other like that as much. And we also don't need to like tear up a whole shit ton of land either to live like that. We definitely live way more integrated. And oh, by the way, part of that's going to be kind of the sweetness, is part of the style of the housing is, you know, like brim style housing. So you're like tucked into a hillside and you can grow your food on top of your house. And the water that you use to pour on top of your house can be drained down through piping to be reused for the system in your house. You know, like it's a beautiful thing.
Hey, Dean, if you want to come up, hit the link.
I'm looking for this video that of this neighborhood in India that was so condensed and giant, just like people living on top of each other, and they tore it down.
Exactly, Kimba. Man. So it's like, and think about, again, like survival tactics. This is shit I learned as a kid. Like I ate grubs from the ground. I ate crickets. Like I had like this really cool science teacher, and then he also like made us octopus and other things and took us mushroom hunting. But none of that stuff is like that bad. Like, and I'm not saying like that's the end all be all and that's what's going to happen, but it's sort of like the fear of that is, I think, worse than the actual reality of it.
Oh yeah, that is so true. The fear of all this stuff, if you haven't been through it. That's my whole thing with the immigration thing, man, is everybody's like freaking. And it's like, man, I lived my whole life a minority. So when you do that, you're like, understand that it just kind of is what it is. Oh, here it is right here. The densest city.
It's not what it is. It's
they can't take over your place, dude. No one can. You got your place. There's no laws that can displace you from it when another man can't take your stuff, can't take your job.
It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. You know, it's,
I mean, I see how it works. No one knows more about.
No, but it's been implemented top down, and it's not. It's been subsidized.
Like, what would you know? You know what I mean? Like, I know I lived through this stuff so much that like, no one can tell me what it is for Mexicans moving into a neighborhood or nothing like that. Or you just like, it's not a big deal. It just isn't. The worst thing that happens is when Chinese come. Chinese come in and they take your liquor stores and your restaurant, pizza place is gone, and you know they take it and make it their place. Like Asians do that. Like other people don't do that.
Oh, Dean is in the back room, Charles. Well, you know, it's well, the way I see it, it's part of the Kalergi plan, you know, and that's.
Thanks, boy.
Hey, Dean.
Hello, how are you?
Kowloon City. You guys ever heard of that? What's up, Dino?
Haven't heard you. Haven't heard you up here for a while.
Who's that?
Is it Forever Love?
Oh no, it's Esra. It's Mindful Exposure, Sarah.
Oh my. Okay, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, Sarah.
How dare
Sarah.
you, Dean? Oh my God.
Sarah. Right. Sorry.
Like, what's up, girl?
How dare I? How dare I? By golly, slap that man. Slap that man.
Dean, tell me. I want to hear about
Don't say that. Maureen that'll get me. Anyway.
Dean, talk about surfing on pine needles. That sounds cool.
Oh, right. Hey, yeah. Well, that was bloody dope. I mean, we used to. I was sent off to bloody boarding school when I was 13 by my parents, and yeah, so a bit of fun. We'd go out into the pine trees, and like even just we found this out by boys wanting to be boys, sliding down on the hill on your bum it get a bit hot, so in your pants. So we decided to get some boards, and we sanded them down in the woodwork shop. Some 6x1s, just long enough, that you could stand on. About maybe a bit over a meter long, and then by the sand them down, get them smooth, and then go out to the pine needles. Man, the pine needles were actually surfing down. It was dangerous because you had to pick a path. You didn't want to hit no trees, but yeah, we could get some hell speeds up, and the bottoms would just get shiny like glass. I was slipping on the pine needles. Yeah. Get a downhill run, like
sick,
even
dude.
pretty steep as, real steep.
I bet.
And yeah.
We used to take cardboard. We had like old tall grass on our foothills. And
they get shiny too.
Yeah, we take the pieces of cardboard, and we call it Cardboard Hill. Walk to the top and just fly down, dude.
That's how it started with me, because it was on the farm. We learnt to slide on the bloody cardboard, or we had these other things. A type of palm tree in New Zealand, Nikau palm. They call it. Nikau is the Maori word. For these palm trees, and man, they can slide. Even Maureen knows about it because she used to do it too. All kids did it here. It was one of those things. Yeah, so that's the story on the pine needles and the boards. There you go. Maureen said if you couldn't get a board or a frond from a Nikau palm, you get a piece of cardboard. Am I okay? Is people hearing me?
Yeah, I got you, bud.
Okay.
Sorry, okay. I had to take a quick phone call and I just got off. So yes, I'm here.
That's all good. Who am I got up? We got Joe King. I'm just using my magnifying glass because bloody vision these days is not as good as it used to be. Boy, of course, Sarah and Charles. Okay. Yeah, so things were fun in those days, Joe. But hey, I wanted to talk to Chuck about he put up a post about these Tartarian buildings as usual, and he wanted to know what they were all about. And he says underground tunnels coming up. I envisage that all these buildings really are what was left. They only left behind what they wanted. I don't think, the average Joe's house, they didn't want them. If you're gonna fit a narrative the bill that we came from, medieval times, with no knowledge, into an era of inventions and electricity and all that. They wanted us to think that we were nothing really, and you had to establish that. So really, I feel like they destroyed everything but left the buildings that they could use as a political chamber to carry on and establish this, what I call the New World Order, has began right from that very day that they stepped up from underneath the ground. Yeah.
Maybe they left some special ones, in certain spots. That's what I was thinking.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah.
Of course,
yeah.
they needed population here and there, to serve the elite that was left over, that was planted. So to
well,
say,
actually, I think they were all orphans. It's just shipped off to different countries. Myself, boy. Yeah. And if you have a look, at the orphans' faces, you can see they've been through tough times. Even as children, right? I mean, some of them faces, you could swear they were almost like adult faces on children's faces.
Yeah.
Right?
You can see the hardship they've been through already.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's
Where's
up,
Chuck?
Dean?
He's not. Yeah, hi, Chuck. Yeah, bro. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you read my comment there, you probably see that on your latest post on your shorts there, that I really do think the buildings were left as portals. And I actually read an article a while back, and I can't bloody find the damn thing. It's like it's gone out of my feed, but I remember screenshotting it, and that was a couple of years, maybe over a year ago now, where there was an article saying that they had surface men clearing railroad tracks. Now, what the hell why would you call them surface men, right? SURFACE, not servicemen, but surface. And that's an unusual name to call somebody, unless they were sent out to the surface. And I liken this to Noah's Ark, sending out a dove. Well, yeah, sending out like Noah's Ark, sending out a dove to get a piece of olive tree to show that the surface had the flood had receded enough that they could get an olive branch. 40 days and 40 nights. I think that was a little bit strong when you get a dove coming back with an olive branch and a green leaf in it, right? It's going to take a bit more time to reestablish plants after a flood, right? So yeah, that's kind of different, but
it's fun to see everybody's mind working in the same direction right now. Like everybody's like grooving, man. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, so I mean, that's how I view things, and I think people, we tend to think that we believe the world's bloody narrative, that we were all come from medieval times and we knew nothing, and bloody electricity wasn't invented, and all these machines weren't available. They had these fairs trying to establish bloody, a new washing machine and a new bloody fridge and things like that. But really, I mean, these things were probably all available in the last bloody reset as well. We just too bloody scripted to know any different.
in the chat. It says, Dean, just tell us you hate God. I hate that fucking God in that book. I hate him.
I don't hate creation because I think we're all part of this bloody thing. You know, it's an ongoing thing, and I think people
That dude's always
are
trying to derail everybody's
getting a
shows.
little getting a little fucked up over what is right and what is
The true creator is not that God in the Bible. The God in that Bible is the system. Government, religions, all the same. The true creator don't need to write books. Look within yourself.
Exactly. It's all within. I mean, if you listen to the words, that there is the truth in that book, and it says the kingdom's within. And why are we building this bloody kingdom outside of ourselves, when the whole thing is we're right in the middle of us? You know, to me, you've got to look at everything and take it. Per se, I would say with a grain of salt to begin with, and then switch to the idea: how else can we look at this? You know, what other perspectives can we bring into play? When it said to me, we were made in the image of us, made in the image of them. It's a plural thing. It wasn't singular when they said we were made in his. It wasn't their image. It wasn't in his image. It was in their image. And to me, too many have gone and made it outside of themselves. Too many have. I'm over it. If I have to bow down to something else that wants to be tyrannical and overpower my opinion, overpower my person, I'm not up for it. I'm not up for it.
Well, there was this epiphany that you woke up with yesterday, right? Or the day before yesterday. Like, why?
You said epiphany or an epiphany?
Epiphany? Yeah.
Yes, I woke. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you said he woke up with Tiffany yesterday. I was like, oh.
No, that wasn't
yesterday.
He couldn't remember nothing.
Oh, they just love. They just said that I woke up with Tiffany. No, an epiphany.
Now I got a question. I mean, is it me or people of Christian religion or any religion come here knowing we're not religious, but yet they still come here instead of going to religious platforms? It just that's why it's 100% trolling. I could guarantee you these people ain't even true religion.
And you know, I mean,
like trolling people.
I think your statement about the God in the Bible being the one that you hate, right?
I don't hate. I don't hate anything really, but I dislike the misleading thing. Yeah.
No, but it was Chuck saying that. But never mind. You know, I don't know, and I actually can agree with that, because if you see how many changes there have been in the Mandela effect, you know, in the Bible, and the Mandela effect is all about lies, right? Because no original thing changes ever, only the official things change. And we know, you know, everything that goes through an office is corrupted, right? And I mean, the same goes for that Bible, a so-called holy book. Well, it clearly is not. Clearly isn't. I mean, it's been corrupted.
There's nothing holy about killing babies, mothers, and children, right?
Right. And
exactly. Like in the name of the Bible, right? In the name of God, how many things this eye for an eye shit? I'm over it. There's got to be something else.
And
I find God more looking within myself. I don't need a book to find this creator.
I think you're right. And besides that, you know, there's also something to be said about the book, for the book. I'm not saying that anybody who reads the book is evil, whatever, but because there's some truth in it, right? And there's some history there. And
don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, boy. Absolutely right. Yep.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. And yeah.
Cool. And I agree. I mean, there are lots of things out of the Bible that I take to
of course.
build my moral compass. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My parents did. Were not religious. They both grew up in religious homes, but they chose to have us go to a Unitarian church so that we could learn the basics and the principles, because they said to us there is good lessons, and they said, if there's some that you need to really analyze and take with a grain of salt, but there's some very good lessons in this. And now we understand that there is some relevance. And this is, again, what I get at is, like, I am going to break down that this connection of who Jesus is, and obviously people have done this research, especially with astrology and the movement of the stars, of this Sirius character and this, the whole rising and coming back 3 days later, and the relevance with all these other gods that keep depicting this, and those who were born of a quote unquote virgin. This story is repeated over and over again. So let's get down to the core of why was it even created in the first place?
Soul, that the soul, the God that looks like Statue of Liberty, is in all the Jewish temples, and it's in Druidic pictures of the same character. Like you start to see that, you'll see the patterns of what what truly people were like worshiping and stuff like that inside of all the BS, the little Sunday school they send adults to. They think, I'm at church. No, you're at Sunday school, man. You're just like the little kids in the other room. That's not, you're not learning anything. You don't learn anything at some service on a Sunday, very rarely. But
not to say that there's no pastors that take it deeper, but for the most part,
a lot of
I went to my friend's church. I
Bible.
immersed myself. I went to youth group. I read the Bible, even though I actually used to get my parents to pray with me and everything, and I'm not saying I gave up on it. I'm very spiritual, and I very much still live my life in that sort of perspective.
And
so I'm not like some tyrant running around murdering people, raping people, or being an asshole. So, just calm down.
Well, God in that Bible says, "Thou shalt not kill," but then He wants people to sacrifice goats and animals to Him. It don't make no sense, that book. You shall not kill, but I'll kill your mother and your innocent children, because of this all-knowing, creator, right? And then He wants you to put blood on your door to identify, all this stuff don't add up. If He couldn't even save His own son, like, all this stuff is just facts, and people don't want to admit it. Like I said with Lilith, what good creator would make an ultimatum of, you either go back to Adam, you choose that, or you could choose, I'll kill you all your children. Out of any ultimatum, He chose to kill children. Once again, for Lilith chose for that God or whoever he is to kill her children.
When you talk about that, Chucker, it just sort of comes to my mind, and it's like that destruction of children, and to get that mindset that you're allowed to kill them, that you're allowed to destroy them, is pretty much a basis, I feel, for the mindset of all these bloody, I don't like to say it this way, but these bloody children who prey on children, men who prey on children, men and women who prey on children, pedophilia, because to me it just broke the respect of humanity, is to say that you could kill children and to even to destroy. And to me, Jomos, okay. So thank you, Chuck. And to me, that gave them. To me, it gave that level to them, to people, that they could just treat them with nothing. My father was he wasn't one of those, but he was tyrannical, and he didn't treat children well. I went to bloody school, and teachers didn't treat us bloody well. Hell no. I had to learn to spell, and they made me stand on the bloody desk, and that woman whipped my bloody legs with a bloody ruler if I got a bloody word wrong or spelt the bloody thing wrong. You don't treat children like that. If there was that book had built respect, right?
The word of God is already within all of us, which means treat people good. Be thankful. All that stuff's like common sense to me. I knew all that before I even opened the Bible.
Yep, it was like ingrained in me growing up.
Well, for me, it was very interesting to read in the Bible that the New Testament was only written 100 years after the whole thing happened. And so there was this force in the world already at that moment that wanted to destroy the truth. I mean, he is known as the truth, the way, and the life, or the truth, the way, and the light. Either way, he was the personification of truth. And so how could it be that everything that was written about him in those first 100 years has been destroyed? So that there had to be another, that they hijacked the story. Like I said before, this is also part of, and you know this, Charles, I mean, I've shared this vision with you. That was because Satan himself had to reenact that whole act to get it right? And that story would become history, and that story would become the New Testament, right? But Satan reenacted the actual holy life of somebody else, and probably he got it wrong 2 or 3 times before. That's why.
I liken what you're saying. I liken what you're saying, boy, as to a bloody reset. That even they had a time before this where they enacted that Bible, and they realized they had a few flaws.
So with that, I'm saying that the Christ actually is a real person that actually lived. But I'm also saying that the story that we know correlates with that actual story, but was a story that was reenacted by the devil himself, or a descendant, or whatever.
A human with that devilish mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah.
I mean, 100 years, dude. 100 years. If this man was such a mystical, a divine person, everyone must have written about him, right? Everyone that heard about him.
It's a long.
And so everything first had to be destroyed. 100 years, dude. 100 years before this whole New Testament was written. That's a long time, dude. It's a very long time. So that's,
well, you can see how many generations can be born and die in that time. Exactly.
Yeah. So I think
another theme, unfortunately, that does come out of it is stifling our own personal ability to be stronger than we're told. It still plays out this narrative of us being like a slave and being subdued to something else, when I think that's, to be honest, part of it. It's like the whole idea that even aliens exist, because that's just to make us feel like we're inferior and potentially slaves. And I think it's deeper than that. I think that we actually have these abilities. We are godlike. It says this in multiple scriptures, and that we're being stifled to not be able to like play out those abilities. And this is going to sound hilarious, but because of my Sasquatch experience and some of the people that I've been able to connect with because of that, and you start talking about these weird abilities that these Sasquatch potentially have, it has started to make me think about how heavily connected they are to the earth, and they're like actually able to cloak themselves like with an invisible cloak. This is depicted, and this is from This is from stories of hunters like you would not believe. People are finally coming out and telling their stories, and there are there are thousands, that I mean on the top of thousands of these cases and these depictions. And I actually didn't know that I had a Sasquatch experience until I started listening to this one. It was a specific podcast that gets into all these crazy details about the behavior and the sounds. And me and my partner at the time were sleeping, camping, and it was the most unusual vocalizations I ever had in my in my life, excuse me. And it like shook the ground, and like where we were, there was no possibility of like there. Anyway, it was like gibberish talk, which I now found out like people have recorded this where they speak in like a gibberish. Anyways, what I'm getting at is their abilities, and they move like crazy. Of course, they're built differently, and I'm not saying, hey, let's all be Sasquatches, but just that concept alone potentially opens up that doorway for us to understand that we are way more powerful than what we've been told.
Absolutely. Yeah. I got straight onto that. Especially when you said that cloaking part, because I've even imagined that I could walk past people without them knowing, just by cloaking myself in some invisible cloak. So they can't see me when like an enemy. Oh shit, yeah. We don't want them seeing me. I'll just walk past them with an invisible cloak. And I wonder if you actually perform it when you're a child like that, or
oh, dude, when I was a child, I was very good at that kind of trick. I remember hiding in the bushes and thinking that deeply, right? And looking into somebody's eyes. He was looking for me. I was looking in his eyes. I was like, thinking he sees through me. Meanwhile, couldn't believe it, but believed it enough, He actually saw through me. I was like, wow. So it does work. It does work. Like Ghost Dog, like in that movie Ghost Dog.
So is there any way that Brahma and Abraham are not two words that are...
No, those are the same.
Abrahamic, Brahma.
Yeah.
Would that be an origin? You know what I mean? Like the bull hanging the bull up by his Achilles tendons and cutting open his belly and letting this guts and blood go all over you. And isn't that the origins of all that stuff?
I don't think so.
There's bulls everywhere, man. Can't get away from bulls. Like one group has bulls, the other group has deers.
Deer.
Yeah, like I think the English, didn't they have the deer?
Like druidic stuff, man, and
yeah,
they raised them and milked them or whatever. I forget what I was seeing that recently on something, but yeah. I don't know, man. You get too caught up and say mine's right. It's supremacy. You're a religious supremacist. You're like if I'm Buddhist and you're that, and I subscribe to mine, then my religion's superior to yours. You know what I mean? It's just like,
yeah. I think that's probably
divide and conquer tactics.
It's silly, man.
When I woke up with that epiphany yesterday about how even after listening to Zetic Warrior explain how the mind works from the ears going through the thalamus to the cochleal, it's like a vase to look at, the vessel, the underside of the brain. If you look at it in a different picture form, you can almost see that it looks like some kind of vase, and you can see how that, like the genie in the bottle type thing came about, But what I got was when Zetic was talking about the eye itself, and Adrian showing how the connection between the all-seeing eye and a galaxy, what a galaxy looks like, right? And we explained in space that NASA shows these pictures in space of galaxies. But I don't think they're out in space myself. I had this epiphany that all these things are in the dome. and what we see is like all the twinkling lights that they are calling galaxies and stars and gas giants and such, as being on the inside of a great skull, and that we are looking at, the thoughts of a mind at work. It's hard. It's probably too deep for some people to take on, but if you
my
can
background,
micro, if you can micro yourself down to where you're looking at it like that, then you got the bigger picture in front of you. And I liken the whole star system to our neuro pathways in the brain.
and actually,
how
we see neurons like connecting to each other, like when they're
yes,
building
there
new
you
neural
go.
pathways, and what that actually mimics and looks like. Yeah, Dean, I'm a sleep tech, and so I used to run sleep studies and do EEG like analysis, and so this is like
cool.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow, so you really can't get what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yep. And it's partly why, and I think ironically in my life, but why it's opened up other doors for me now and understanding, because really they'll tell you in sleep medicine they know very little of how it operates, other than they've supposedly figured out some things with REM sleep and our memories, but other than that they kind of keep it. But I can tell you, and I can show you examples of what you look like when you're in dream sleep and what you look like when you're awake, and the actual what's happening. And so it's very it's very interesting how it connects in that what we've talked about, lucid dreaming, and what sleep paralysis potentially is, because it's complicated. And anyway, it's very interesting.
Totally, man. I feel like when
I just want to relate that Maureen gets to listen and feel me when I go dreaming like that, right? At night, I'm quite a dreamer. Even though a lot of dreams I don't remember, but lately I've stopped chugging back the weed so I can remember my dreams. And that's how it works for me.
He's a dreamer, nothing but a dreamer.
Well, I mean, people say, well, you're nothing but a dreamer, and I get that now. And I used to think there was something terribly wrong with me, but it's actually not that at all. I realized that I dream a lot because that was how I dealt with life, because my father was such a tyrant that to escape him, I just went into dreamland all the time, right?
I know when I'm with like with my wife, I feel like we dream like we go somewhere together or something, like, and when I'm by myself, it's totally different. Yeah.
And actually well documented. Yeah, it's very plausible to do that.
It's definitely a different place. I've learned that. Yeah.
That's interesting, because that really does show you actually how connected you two are.
Yeah. I feel like that, it's crazy.
That's cool.
I know, like,
that is cool.
A mental state, like for wrestling when I was a kid, I had to literally go to a different place mentally than I was in that gym, like in order to calm myself. And I used to call it going somewhere else, back then, a long time ago.
Yeah, that's amazing stuff, guys.
I'm gonna get going though, and it's so awesome talking with you guys. Great.
Yeah, morning. You too.
I'm excited about the future, man. And literally, email me, sir, and I am in, and I'm like, when I say I'm gonna do something, I'll do it, man. I'm like, as far as stuff like that, and so I'm like, I'm excited, man. Future looks great.
Yeah, thanks, Joe, for coming up.
Buddy. No problem.
Yeah, nice to chat with you, Joe. I think I think we're changing our perspectives, and by changing our perspectives,
we have to.
We have to, exactly. Yeah. We're growing up at last. Thank goodness for that.
Everybody except Boy. Boy's staying the same.
That was good getting together with you again, Joe, and with Sarah.
Yeah. So I'll be listening, and I will talk to you guys later.
Sounds good.
Pete.
Have a good rest of your day. Talk to you soon.
Okay.
One love.
One love, Joe.
Oops.
Brilliant. I love these conversations
about
of late.
Dean? What do you think about this picture, Dean?
Let me look.
Do you think that used to be? I think this used to be a castle or something.
A cathedral.
Yeah.
Oops, not that one.
Yep.
This
Looks
one.
like
Yeah.
a cathedral. Totally
Yeah,
looks
fully.
like
I mean, it when you look at it and then you, yeah, bloody hell.
but it also
gotta
looks
be.
like AI generated. To be honest.
It could be AI generated. Yes, it could have been. Yep.
Everything's AI generated now to everyone. They can't tell.
No. But this looks a bit
far
like
from AI
it
generated.
looks quite Photoshop.
It could be a cathedral.
Now I'm gonna go
Chuck,
find the real
but one
picture.
that
I'm gonna go find the real picture to prove that it's not.
Okay. You know, I mean, come on.
But you know, I mean, even Paul Cook is showing that there was 3D printing going on. I feel easily we could have built castles and places like that in 3D, even with blocks, block-like.
Yeah, I mean, there's this guy that made this art project, and he made a 3D printer that would work on solar power and also with solar light, right? So with sunlight condensed just through how do you say a loop, right?
Yep.
Just through a lens, and you can actually melt sand into bricks, into glass bricks, right? And so he created a machine that was building houses in the desert, you know, just like that, on solar power. And
look at the inside.
I mean, it's possible if a guy in the art academy can come up with such a project, dude. It's
And Will, and as you say, Voy, you know, dude, man, I mean, shit. We know that they had technology before, you know, in the 18th century and 17th century, etc. It's just that we've been delayed, mentally delayed.
Have you seen the H blocks? Have you seen the H blocks in I think it's Pumapunku in South America, and the way that they figured out they interlock with each other, but the precision cutting of those blocks, like how the hell did that happen?
Yeah,
and all the way over there. Yeah, especially if we're not talking alien intervention, because
I mean, look at that building.
That's very clearly makes they're trying to give us a narrative. Yeah, I know, and well, this is like what's talked about with like how long it took them to repair Notre Dame and all this, right? Like,
yes. I mean,
Notre Dame, right? Sorry, I think I'm saying it wrong.
Look at this architecture. This is a theater.
Right. You're great.
And look at the architecture in these theaters, or even some of these pictures I got indoors. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Racist.
That is beautiful. Theaters. I mean, the architecture is too sublime to.
It's Coney Island. The indoor right here, this hallway. Oh my God! Just the if I could zoom in, it'd be awesome.
It's like porcelain to me to look at. Yeah. When you look at it, it's so white. It's like porcelain, and porcelain is basically bone china, right? And I mean, when you think about, I used to think about bone china. What sort of bones did they use? Oh my giddy aunts! When you break into how we are treated and stuff like that, how many bones? How many bones did the Smithsonian's collect? that were so whitened by the sun. I mean, you leave bones out in the air. You leave them out for a couple of years, they go white as. They absolutely get made. You know, you could grind it up and make beautiful porcelain with that. Yeah.
Look at this. Whew. Imagine that being your home. These chandeliers and just the wood grain, or it's probably got a lot of gold leafing too. I mean, whew. The
Good
detail is just unlike anything today.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's a
What
lot of
happened to
that
all those
overseas.
beautiful old organs? You know, my mother used to play an organ in our church when we were kids. And I'd love to know what happened to all that brass and copper that they made organs with. Man, I mean, whew.
Probably got melted down.
Yeah.
And the healing frequencies from playing that. Also, like the interesting aspect of calling it an organ. And the aspects of how it affects our body, right?
It probably resets and heals. Remember we were talking about, Dean, the resonant, not resonant. Yeah, and the labyrinths.
Yes.
The same. It's almost like, just like a lot of the old churches have resonance designs that are copper, in the floor.
That church in San Francisco we were talking about, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And they had a labyrinth there. They have actually yoga classes there. And I wonder if, you know, like the tallness and the shape of the roof is like what brought the sound back down from the top of the organ right back down into the base of the floor, you know. It was like a, what do they call those, crikey, where people have shows, like a show, and they build the stage, and then they build the whole arena right round. It's just a particular shape.
Yeah, they use the what are them things called they put together on the side of a building? Not planks.
I can't think of the moment, but you know, like an amphitheater, like a natural amphitheater, right? I wonder if all bloody places where you'd have got these amphitheater type designs weren't built by some older, long forgotten culture that lived there once, right? I mean, years ago, me and some friends, we went to this place in the top of the Takaka Mountains, or what they call the Takaka Hill. It's between Nelson and Golden Bay, and when we went up there, there's this like track you can go on, and we walked in the track, and you finally get to what they call Harwood's Hole. Now, Harwood's Hole, you could drop a 3-bedroom house in this sinkhole. That's how big it is. It's on the top of this mountain. I wouldn't like to fall into the bloody thing. It's 180 feet on the first drop, before the rock will hit the wall. We used to take rocks, and fairly good sized ones, and if you threw them out into the middle and got the right spot, you could get that rock to fall and it sound like a bloody jet engine going off. And the more it went down, the more it would roar, and then it would hit this rock at a certain place that jutted out, obviously, and then it would smash into pieces, and then you'd hear more roaring, and then it would hit smashing again, and then it would stop because obviously got to the floor. Now that floor in that cave. Okay, cavers go in there now. You're not allowed to go anywhere near that with a rock now because cavers go in there. But you can actually abseil down that hole and walk out the bottom, right? Now, I never did in the old day. I never abseiled down it, but I found out where it came out, and I used to walk in there, and you could see the light coming in from above. You can't see the hole at the top, of course, because of the shape of it, but you can see the light coming in. And so anyway, on the way in there, me and some mates, like we're sitting in this one little spot, having a couple of J's, a couple of joints, and I mean, mate, he's been lagging. He's like a big guy, and he's like been taking a while to get up the hill, and he yells out, and the echo went right around this little valley, and I thought, oh wow, that is bloody amazing. So we sort of, being stoned and that, we got up and we went for a walk around, and we thought, wow, it's like a little natural amphitheater. I wonder if it was built like this. It was just so incredible. It had terraces and all. And so we've got a bloody whole lot of equipment, and we actually had a party up in there. We took stereos and that, and like a generator. We took that in there. We set that up. We had the stereo blasting, and we took kegs of beer in there. And it was bloody hard work getting them in there, I tell you. But it was all good because we had gone in for a 3-day camp on a Easter weekend, and there was about 60, 70 people there. It was bloody fantastic. What a party, man! I'll never forget that. Yeah. Are we all here still, or is everybody left?
Yes, just enjoying your depiction. Thank you. I am. I just kind of
I'm here.
Got cozy, sat back. I'm just listening and enjoying.
On you, Sarah. I mean, I'm
Peace, Dominic.
Fair bit of life, and I've enjoyed things. Yeah.
Forever love 774, Dominic.
Found places in my youth that when I look back now, I just know that there's a whole lot more to it than what I saw at the time. Yeah.
And I'm enjoying that because I love exploring as it is, and especially that's why I'm kind of obsessed about pointing more. Like I can't wait to show you, Charles. I have oh, you know what? I got it. Can I play something for you that I think is pretty profound that I found in Utah?
Yes, please. I'd love to hear.
You want to share your screen?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I'm getting it queued up right now. Hold on 1 second. Because it's in my... I gotta go.
Forever Love. Forever Love 774 says it's super awesome to hear you on the panel, Mindful.
Oh, thank you. I have been on Charles before, but it's been a long time, and I took a break. I don't know if everybody knows that. I was just realizing I needed to take a step back so that I could kind of organize all my thoughts and all this research I've done, and so we have some legit stuff to put together,
And peace to never take the Jabuskis. What a name, right?
Yeah, what a name. Awesome. Salutes to you. Salutes. Yeah.
We don't need audio with this either. I don't actually think I put any music behind it. And let me know if you see it. I tried to highlight it pretty good once you get into it. It's a little wobbly. This is just like, I just half-assed put this together to show for one of my lives when we were talking about after my trip. But man, when I saw this, what happened was I'm driving and then I come back around and I come driving back the other way. And it just stuck out to me like a sore thumb.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
So
I would love to live out there, man. What?
Oh my God, right? Oh, and this is just, wait till I show you some of the other footage I have of like the expanses with these other types of rock structures. But tell me if you can see what I'm trying to show.
Yes, I think I can see the face.
What does it kind of look like?
A butt crack. No, I'm joking.
I know.
Yeah.
But his head does kind of look like a butt crack. Okay, so this is like kind of showing you what's around it or what's like nearby. And then, so what I see an elongated skull statue.
Yes.
If you look at the top of it, and you can actually see like lines that are like within a certain ratio of each other. So like up at the top of that headpiece. And then to me, I can see the two eyes. And as soon as you start to come around the corner, there's like a whole chunk on the other side of its face that's like, you can see that it dropped down. So you can't see it past really like this part. But I see eyes right there. I see a mouth. I see a nose. It looks like an elongated skull.
Yeah. You know, when you talk about this, mindful, Maureen.
Can you grab it? What was that? Something just flew by. It looked like someone threw a stick.
Or it might have been a bug. There was like bees around
so
and stuff like that.
Where you zoomed in, I kind of looked like an eyeball, but
okay, I'll show you when we come back here because I
look up there.
This whole all the like quarries or the Grand Canyon was a quarry, or it was bombed to oblivion to hide what was there.
I come up on
which
it.
I think
really quick. So here's the head. You can see my cursor, right? Yeah. I'll pause it. Yeah. So, well, hold on. Let me get where I zoom in on it again. I'm trying to see if this is. I think I had other footage of it too, where I checked it out twice. So I have like two different sets of footage of this. Oh yeah, here we go. Like trying to enhance it a little more. So the eyes are right here and right here, and the nose, like it's like a skull, think of it, and then the mouth is right here. And actually, let me go back here. Here we go. So again, here's the head. Here, see, here's a line. Here's a line. Yes. Here's a line. Line down the middle. Eye. Nose is right here. You know, and then this is the whole part. This huge part right in here, and on the other side of it over here was on the ground. But this to me looks like that was like a mouth. And there's other statues like all through this area. There's actual statues that have been found that were like, there's stories of fully intact carved bears. Like actually they got these people that found it got scared thinking it was a real bear. And then realized it wasn't moving, and like said that it was
elephants too.
Yeah,
I've seen elephants.
You know, when you're talking like when you said that, mindful, you know what made me actually think was, you know, I've been looking at this and thinking like there's huge big heads carved in the mountains. I don't know where, somewhere in America.
Yes, Mount Rushmore.
That's it, Mount Rushmore. And I was just thinking to myself, you know, I mean, look at the size of them, and we're just a small man carving them. You know, if there was another reset and that was all upheavaled, shot at with cannons or whatever, you know, half destroyed, and then a new culture, a new reset comes in. Those people will be looked as gods from a different time, right?
Yep.
And
with the technology, people are gonna when they reset, they're gonna think people are aliens and gods, like you said, with the technology, like we
It's all
did. We got fooled.
distractions, in my opinion.
We got fooled.
Exactly.
Awesome work there. Great work. Yep.
I got this thing too. It's called Turtle Rock. Out here, and it's pretty. I mean, it really looks like a turtle. So as much as they just want to say it's like natural, you know, all these things. This is why my show with Shem that we're doing is kind of and then the explorations when I try to go back to Utah. I shouldn't say try when I go back. We're calling the show Pareidolia Dreams, because it's like, you know, is this all just an illusion? But like, it's worth like looking into, I think.
It's worth exploring. Absolutely. I loved how you got your mindful exploration going there when you presented the beginning of it. I thought that was bloody awesome. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of my thing. It's sort of silly, but like I have a thing called mindful wandering, mindful history, mindful limelights. Like it's sort of my little thing with my mindful name. I'm trying to be clever.
Yeah, I think it's so cool. I mean, I got that from, you know, yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
I like to be a little cheesy. I don't care.
Fair enough. You know, it keeps life exciting, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So, this is, I think, something that we've talked about too, with like when they talk about the Grand Canyon and like the names of the mountains in the Grand Canyon being like Mount Montezuma, and the connection again with the Kincaid Caves, with the potential of like ancient Egypt being in the Americas. And, you know, people have talked about that the pyramids in Egypt are a lot more modern than what we've been told. I mean, and this could even play in, like, I'm with you talking about resets and stuff. I'm still considering that we're potentially in a realm that's like the show Lost, where like there's different chunks of this world or realm we're living in that actually like gets reset on its own and time warped. And so like time warps happen that way, and it's different all over. It's not just like the entire world warps at one time. It's like different sections of it, which is like why some people.
That's why I believe creation is ongoing, right?
Oh yeah.
I don't think creation is ever going to end in that way, right? And I think that it's the more we can disassociate ourselves with the premises and the lies and the misinformation, then we can allow our minds to not just settle on something, but to be open to new and ongoing creations, right?
I don't want to be closed off. Like I think there's just so much to figure out.
Yeah.
But this is actually funny, because talking about like prophecies that they talk about, that we'll understand our abilities as we start to uncover like the history, as things start to expose themselves, is like how it's worded. Like, you know, certain more or less saying like certain objects are going to like surface as the earth shifts and everything, and as we've had these fires that are exposing all these rock structures, especially like for me here in Oregon. And I'm going to do a little expose, but I lived near this area called Table Mountain. And if you look at this structure from a distance, and this is kind of a more remote area, so I just feel like it's not really being like noticed in that sense, but it definitely looks like it was some sort of structure. It has very distinct sides, and like it has a very like beveled like look to it from a distance. Like it does not look like any of even the scraggly mountain like looks. It's very structured. So anyway, and it's not a very well trafficked area either, which is the other interesting part about it. So
Well,
So much
most of these
to
places
do.
are parks, aren't they? Parks, national parks and such, aren't they?
This is a national forest, and actually this whole area got just nailed by massive forest fires, but that mountaintop actually was salvaged, so it still has like decent tree coverage. But again, from a distance, you can still see the structure. You can still see like the trees still outline it. You can see it's very distinct.
Yeah.
And there's too that in Oregon for a long time, as far as science goes, it was known to have the I think it's now considered again to have the oldest known settlement, human settlement. And again, this is all things we have to take a little bit with a grain of salt because of the potential of it being
the narrative. Yes, of
regardless,
course.
Yeah.
On you, girl. By crikey. The first time I've spoken with you, and yeah. You're already
right? You're good stuff.
You're already busting out stuff out of my head. Stuff that crap that I've held on to. Right. That's what I like about this generation that we're moving into.
Yeah. I feel
is that we're busting out old misinformation and old premises that are useless to us. They're holding us back, right?
Yes. And even the ones that we have adopted during this like transition in this time, I feel like we're beating that stuff out. We're figuring it out. We like kind of got ourselves sucked into some things. Now we're like, oh, wait a second.
Well,
maybe
especially the New Age movement, right? That's one that really took people in a different direction, right? And I mean, everybody wanted to get onto the New Age movement because it was different to being worlded, right? But there was a lot of misleading in that too, and that's where I kind of think to myself now, you can't really use anything as concrete. We have to take the gems out of whatever we find and let the rest go, right?
Look at these pictures from Russia.
Yeah. Oh, I
accidentally found them. I accidentally found these pictures. I think they might be the late 1800s. But they're beautiful pictures nonetheless.
Well, the lighting expresses a lot, doesn't it, for a start? Like even just thinking about it, I mean, you look at the size of those things, and no windows, and no snow. None of these places ever
have snow.
Show snow. It's just amazing. And that's the thing that always gets into my head is why no snow? I mean, did they not have snow at that time?
Probably not.
Or it might, to be honest, like if photography comes into play, it's a little like because of the if you're talking about like freezing temperatures, just because I am a photographer, your camera sometimes doesn't work. So that could be it. But at the same time, like, I mean, me, I'm not gonna. I'm definitely scrutinizing all of this. I'm just saying that could be potentially why you don't see it with the snow. But also it's well documented. Like we clearly shift. That's a whole other thing too with what we've been taught about, like with the reset and climate change and pole shifts, and the fact that pole shifts actually mimic climate change. Like lots of flooding, lots of turbulent, stormy weather because of the electromagnetism. And then you'll notice that actually earthquakes pick up during this time. So it's all, yeah.
Yeah, I think the single pole does shift, but I don't believe we have another one in Antarctica, for example. I mean, I live near New Zealand, right? I'm in New Zealand. We're probably closer to Antarctica than, say, even Australia is. And people say, well, You know, why do we have a magnet? What is a magnetic field? Well, if the southern pole was magnetic in any way, why is my compass pointing to the middle pole as the North Pole when I'm so close to the south one? I mean, you can put your phone down next.
You should see where it's saying the poles are actually now. And I'm not going to deny that there could be some of that. I guess my biggest argument with that is the concepts of polarity.
Yeah.
And the
I mean, I no longer hook to the ball thing, but I do understand about the polarity, and I do understand about the magnetic side of it, and I've been following the central pole shift, one, and when people go, well, you know, the central one's moving, so the bottom one must be moving as well, but you never, ever, ever hear of where the bottom one's moving to. They suggest that, it might be up around South America somewhere or whatever, but you know,
they
it's
do
not
have it mapped out, but it doesn't mean that it's not.
But it's not pinpointed like the one in the North Pole, and how that shifted from where was it? By Canada, and it's moving across towards Siberia, right?
Yeah, they do have the southern one mapped. It's like moving towards some of the set of islands out of Antarctica.
On the
regardless, like, what if that's still a concept of like as within, so without? So it's actually like, I don't know. I actually
I take that more as
holographic
under
Earth,
the
like
earth.
It's not quite flat.
Yeah.
Like, yes, our existence is on a plane right now, maybe, but also like there's still a heavy like refracting element to it, and just like what we understand about our ability to bend light. So again, like, what is darkness? The absence of light. And so anyway,
well,
I'm just not ready to say like we live on a completely flat Earth.
I don't say I'm not talking flat either. I'm not talking flat either.
Okay.
But what I'm talking about is an expanse. And I mean, if you put a torch, just do this yourself. Put a torch on the table at one end. Get a big sheet of paper, right, and lay it across the table. Turn the lights out at night. Do this at night. Shine the torch across the table, and you will see how the light goes right across to the other side. Now, if you've ever walked along a lake edge or the ocean, and either sunrise or sunset, and seen how the light shines across the water right to your feet, right? And you can do this with a torch on a table, and then you can get a ruler or a piece of something, whatever, stick it underneath that paper and start to lift it, right? And as you lift it, you will cut that light in half so that it does not shine on the table like on the water coming towards you. It then shifts that light so that the water isn't coming towards your feet. So if we had curvature, you would never see that light walking across the water to your feet.
Can I show you something? I'm not saying there's curvature, but there is our ability to bend light with particular elements. So let me show you this is like a 1940s video. I actually just put it together on my channel. I just like to re-show it. I've done that with just a couple of videos. Like I did that with the Carillion photography.
I gotta jump off in like 20 minutes, but
okay.
Yeah.
This won't take. I'm just gonna. This isn't long. We don't need to watch this either. This is like we could literally play in the background just so you can see what I'm saying. But hold on, I was trying to get it queued up and I messed it up. Let's see if it'll let me do it now. Okay, there it is. It's copyright. I have like a copyright music in the background. Otherwise, I could play the audio if you want, if you don't care. But I think are you monetized, Charles? I don't even know.
No. I had the chance to get monetized, but then I can't be me, and I don't like that. I don't feel good. Oh, what happened?
I'm gonna do since that's the case. I want to play this through Chrome. Oh wait, I don't think I can if I'm not already logged into Chrome.
Yeah,
I can't share the. I can't, but I'm in Firefox.
Another time, but yeah, I'd like to see that. Yeah.
Well, hold on. I can do this pretty quick. You guys chat, and I'm gonna pop out actually, and then I'll pop back in. So I'll be right back.
No
Okay?
worries.
Dean, go review these pictures.
See you in a second.
Look at this picture. After I took a shit one day, this is what happened when I went outside. I farted. It blew back the whole neighborhood. Now, these were the giants I was talking about that day, the Patagonians.
Yes.
And look at South America. That's South America connecting to the Antarctic ice wall, allegedly, right? That's
yeah,
supposed
it's got
to be
a land
connected.
bridge.
Yeah, a lot of old maps show that, and then they disconnected that. Just like the North Pole had lands, and that disappeared. Just like I find old maps with thousands of islands that are all disappeared on the new maps.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you've got the Panama Canal, right?
Yeah.
Now that goes through from the Atlantic to the Pacific. That's to stop people traveling down round the bottom of South America. And I'm almost in the position to say if through the use of electromagnetics and earthquakes and the ionosphere, these what do they call them, HARP machines, I think they can really shift land more than we really know. It just doesn't, to me, I'm still on the edge of it, but I think in a way that they have used these HARP machines, that get up into the ionosphere. I think they have used these to generate not only above but also below ground, and maybe even used. Like who's to say that a giant being had an empty cavity in its body that was so large that when it collapsed, it took out, it made an ocean. Right?
Well, giants built this thing right here. I don't think people our size built that. Look how huge the birds are. But anyway, you're talking about inside a fossilized giant.
Yeah, I mean, if a fossilized giant had a big cavity like its chest or something like that,
it'd be a cave, like a cave system.
There'd be a big cave in there, right? The lungs would be massively huge. I mean, you could fit a whole country of New Zealand in one.
These giants, where did they all go though, Dean? Like, I don't think all the giants are dead. I personally think they moved to outer lands or something, because all these, we survived this mud flood and this disaster at our size, and all the taller people died. That don't even make sense. That's backwards, right?
No, don't. I mean, to me, that don't make sense either. Of course it doesn't, Chuck. And would they want to be genocided to the point that they didn't exist? Surely they escaped as well. If we escaped and was able to hide, so did they. And, that's why I don't believe in the ball as such, because I think that the expanse is far greater. I mean, you can't have a body the size of, say, Roger Spur's dragon laying down on the size of New Zealand. It ain't going to work. The bloody thing's monstrous. And so when we look at these Quetzalcoatl, the one in America.
Yeah. Yep. I can never say his name right.
that dragon alone, imagine the chest cavity of that animal. I mean, if you collapse the chest cavity, you'd make a bloody ocean the size of bloody the Mediterranean, right? So that's what I say, that these land bridges may well have been different parts of bodies that they collapsed. It's just my words. We don't have to take it as factual. It's just something I'm toying with in my head.
That's the beauty. Who knows, right? I love it. Nothing wrong with talking about it.
Absolutely. I feel like, we're only exploring at this stage.
Do you guys want me to play the whole thing at 7 minutes or just this end part?
Yeah, play the whole thing.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's do it. We can take a nice little break. Smoke them if you got them.
Let's do it. Smoke them if you got them.
Light is magic. There is magic in the way it is created, in the way it travels, the way it behaves. And beyond the magic of light itself, there is the magic of science, finding new and amazing uses for light, the life giver. Sunlight is a mixture of several different kinds of light. Most familiar is the visible light, the kind of light we see and see by. Then, as modern sun worshippers know, sunshine contains an invisible form of light called ultraviolet. Ultraviolet light produces tan skins and those healthy little things called vitamins. Science has learned how to produce this invisible form of light artificially. And now, without leaving our homes, we can turn winter into summer. The scientific ultraviolet light generator is arranged to remove all of the visible light and project a strong beam of invisible, like magic light. One of the most amazing things about ultraviolet light is its ability to help us see things which by ordinary light are impossible to see. The radiations of pure ultraviolet light produce a strange effect called fluorescence. Fluorescence is a glow, such as is found in the figures of an illuminated clock dial. Many different chemicals respond to the radiations of ultraviolet light. Different chemicals seem to respond with a different glow. This fluorescent effect makes it possible to read many secret or hidden messages. The ink with which the hidden message is written seems to glow under the magic rays. By the same principle on altered documents, erasures and changes may be brought out so that the attempted alteration is clearly visible. Mixed in with the visible sunlight and the ultraviolet light is another magic light that our eyes cannot see, but which we can feel as heat. These invisible rays of heat, which form so large a part of sunshine, have been given the name infrared light. Infrared light has no visual effect on our eyes. So in order to see its results, we must use a camera containing a special film which is sensitive only to infrared light. To furnish invisible light for the infrared camera, we will use these big electric units which produce no visible light at all. And now, for the first time on the motion picture screen, we're going to see a picture made entirely by infrared light in a dark room. There go the lights. And here is the picture taken by the infrared camera. And remember, to the eye, this girl is in total darkness. Infrared light is very penetrating in its effect. With it, for example, we can even take the young lady's picture while she's hiding behind a screen coated with rubber. The magic light shows that even a brand new shave isn't good enough when you are posing for the infrared camera. It digs right down and finds the whiskers that haven't even sprouted yet. Previews a shave 3 days in advance. Visible white light has also been put under control by science. A remarkable new device splits light into separate narrow rays so that the path of a beam can easily be followed. Notice that the light spreads out from its source in all directions. We can see how a mirror reflects light. How a prism bends the rays in different directions. And how light can even be bent around corners in tubes and pipes. Now let's see the effect of a simple reflecting surface used to control light. The rays leave their source, strike the reflector, and bounce back on themselves in the same path. Then if we place a lens like this in the path of the light, the rays are bent inward. Now let's try another type of lens, similar to the lens used in automobile headlights. Instead of bringing the rays together at a point, this lens bends them so they go out in parallel lines. In the motor car headlight, the new system of light control makes use of the type of reflecting surface called a parabolic reflector. No matter at what angle the light rays strike the reflector, they are bounced back in an even parallel path. The actual mechanics of this new headlamp are somewhat similar to previous 2-beam lamps. When we are driving in the country, light from the central filament is used, and an intense beam of light is reflected straight ahead and far down the road.
I like that beat.
When we switch to the passing beam, another filament only a few thousandths of an inch away is lighted, and the beam is now aimed down and to the right of the road. A more accurate lens has been designed to direct light farther ahead in the driving beam, and more light on the right side of the road for the passing beam. Then the whole unit has been sealed airtight, so that air and moisture, tarnish and rust cannot cut down its efficiency. And so today, we drive with headlights that apply the latest principle of scientific light control. Headlights suited to the speeds at which we travel. On the high road, controlled light makes possible safe speed, because we can always stop within the range of our own headlights. In city driving, and in passing other cars on the highway, our controlled passing beam continues to light the right side of the road without shining in the other fellow's eyes. If we drive safely and always dim our lights when passing, we can take full advantage of the new control science has given us. And in the laboratories of today, science is working on the light of tomorrow, seeking still more numerous ways of using it to make life for all of us better and safer. Who knows what miracles are yet to come from the amazing development of visible and invisible light, when the magic light of tomorrow comes into its own.
Looks like a UFO.
I'm in the middle of nowhere when I found this. Middle of effing nowhere. I pull over. I'm like, what is that? It's so cool. So what I was getting at with that video was obviously the bending aspect. And then did you see when they're literally showing you, they're showing you a controlled environment. He like literally puts like a, like, you see how he, you know, and then he's like restricting the light into it. So this is why I talk so much about like fractal earth and that kind of concept. And I don't necessarily feel like that's exactly it anymore. I always joke now about the model of the flying rainbow lasagna, because I feel like that it's sort of, you know, it's a little bit less structured. Actually, it's a little more like organic looking in a way, but that resonates with the ability for also, again, for the way light would reflect. So I
like
feel
how
like
the videos. Sorry.
Yeah. No, say what you're going to say. Sorry, I'm done.
I was going to say, I liked how it started, and it just sort of showed to me the light coming like on a plane rather than coming over a ball. Because
like
it's interesting. It's interesting when we play around with light.
Exactly.
you know, we can shift its perspective just by using different objects.
Yep, like this right here, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so you know, but the one thing about the sun, you know, people say it looks like it's rising, but if you, as I say, if you use an experiment on a table, you can just sit the torch on a table, or even on a floor, turn the light out, and you can put a couple of like chairs in the way and things, and just pretend they're mountains or hills or something. The light is still on the floor, even though it comes across. It's illuminating what's in front of it, just like the car light he's showing there. You know, keep it on traffic beam, not on high beam, is what he meant. But
and well, you
with the
see like
high
the
beam,
shift, right? Here's the
yep.
high beam.
So the high
Here's the
beam
low.
actually goes across, so it catches the other side of the road as well. Whereas with it's on low beam, you're directing the light to just your side of the road, right?
High beam, yeah.
So you know, it's not like, I mean, when you're coming up to a hill, you can see a car coming at nighttime. You can see him coming at nighttime because his lights, he might be on a flat, but you are seeing his light coming over the hill, even though that hill might be just a bump between you and him. You know, we see the light coming over because the shape of the hill directs it as such. But it's the object that directs it in front of the light. It's not the light itself that's got the angle. It's whatever's in front of that light that's shifting the angle.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
Very interesting. By the way, Charles, that beat is from it's an old school hip hop song, People Under the Stairs. That's why Joe said that. It's the song's called Acid Raindrops. It's definitely worth a listen. But that was the instrumental version of it. And it should show up in your live because it was copyrighted from this video. It tagged it. So it should show up. But it's a good song.
Yeah, I like old hip hop beats.
Oh yeah, I know. That's like I've noticed that with our community. Some of these people. Thank you, Joe. Oh, is that the link that you put in? He did. He posted the link to the video. If you guys look up in the chat. Yeah. Sorry, I noticed that about you, that you would play some hip hop stuff, Charles, like we talked about, and so that was like some of it.
I mostly try to play my stuff in the beginning though now.
Yeah,
I've been writing a lot.
That's good.
And trying to bring my creativity out.
That's awesome. That's what I'm talking about doing with Shem for our documentaries, is making our own music for it, because obviously moving forward we're not going to be able, unless I have permission. Hear me out too. One of the things I want to encourage everybody, especially if you're trying to make your own content and you want to use certain videos and you want to create something a little bit more like put together so that it potentially, you know, is something that if you could get copyrights for, could put,
That's what I'm wondering about.
Right?
Thank you very much for bringing this up.
Wait, say that again.
I said, thank you very much for bringing this up, because Maureen's bought me a laptop, which hasn't arrived yet, but I'm kind of freaking out about this copyright thing, and how the hell am I ever going to know what to do?
Well, you got lots of people to help you, and then you can think about, you got Charles Music. You can, like, that's something I need to look into. I collected the link, but I haven't checked it out yet. But like your band lab, yeah, because I could use your stuff and promote you. You know,
people want to play my music. Go ahead.
But hear me
out.
The
introduction. I love your introduction, Chuck, and just the words in it and everything. You know, it's so clever. I love it. Yeah.
Thank you. What were you gonna say?
All I was gonna say was, like, don't be afraid to reach out to people. I did that
Yeah.
recently, and I got like a very quick, very like warming response. Like I was asking to use footage out of their and they have like a decent following. They have like a 250,000 following, and I was asking to use their footage from this very like remote location and like something that he was given permission to go to that like I wouldn't necessarily be able to go out there. This is like in middle of nowhere, British Columbia too anyway, but I wouldn't necessarily be able to go out there and get my own footage of. Like he got special permission. And so I asked him if I could use his footage in my documentary, and his response was, "Oh, maybe consider this episode, the footage from this episode." So he's like giving me full permission to use his stuff. And all I said was like, I'm not copywriting, or I'm not monetized, and I'm not, seeking to get money from this. I'm just trying to do this, for education or whatever. And his response was just like super cool. So let's not be afraid to reach out to even some of these bigger people, because then kind of humbles them, I think, too. And then we all kind of, I don't know, can maybe work it out. I'm just kidding. I don't know.
I love what your last video here. It just shows how even what they call it, crepuscular rays work.
Yeah, crepuscular rays.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's interesting. Real interesting. Oh, beautiful. Great. I mean, you're bringing these little videos. People are finding this stuff, and people have done lots of experiments with light. So
it's good to
it's cool.
And I'm all about making these correlations, and just like, because I think it helps us get a good perspective of what's actually going on. But at the same time, I'm open to it. I mean, it's not one of the things. Bex is in the chat, and she I love some of the things that she challenges or brings up too, because it's like takes you a step back. And there's other like Cage and people and all of you guys. There's so much that I've taken from all of you, and Dom too. And one of my favorite things Dom always says is, "How does it serve?" Like that is such a great way to just bring you back, right? Like just take a step back and ground yourself. Love it, guys.
I mean, when your mind's confused, and mine's been bloody confused of late so much, because I hear one thing or I see another thing, and then I try and fit them together, and some of it just will not fit, right? And so then you got to say to yourself, well, what kind of explanation am I going to find to fit that? And you got to let your mind marinate on it, even sleep on it, so to speak. But
marinate,
yeah.
You said marinate.
Marinate. Yeah, let marinate. Thank you, Chuck. I mean, it's just like, I mean, I get confused.
I do too.
But I'm not stopping. I'm not giving up. And it's too bloody interesting. It's too bloody interesting. And why believe something when it only might take a couple of bloody moments of someone else's communication to change your whole perspective yet again. So yeah. When I first used to hear Dom, I get so confused, and it was just me. It's nothing to do with anyone else. It's only my own perspective and lack. What is it? They call it Max Vision does it. Remote viewing. Lack of remote viewing, because that's all it is. How much can we remote view in our own minds, right?
And or manifest, right? That's what I always am saying.
Exactly. Yes. There you go.
Like, Max, what about the manifesting? But we've talked about it, and that's something that would be fun as a group manifestation project, right?
Yeah. Well, it is a manifestation, isn't it? I mean, because when you project, push your mind into those places you place your mind there, then whatever you're seeing, you can project out. We're just like a bloody great projector.
Imagine if we all got together right now and like, well, this is actually why my next live, I was like, let's talk about what does everybody's idea of utopia look like? Because it's not all the same, right? And so when we talk about like manifesting what that would be, you know, is that actually the right thing to do? Because again, we all have kind of different ideas. So I thought it'd be kind of fun to dissect what everybody's ideas are of it initially.
But you really need to dissect people's mindsets because, we've all got. I was trying to explain this in something one of the replies I was putting to Adrian, to London Man's rebuttal bar yesterday. Is that, you know, I'm kind of losing it really. It's hard to grasp onto when you're only on the side of it, and then you go talking about something else, and your bloody brain shifts.
ADHD.
I'm gonna end this at 6 hours.
Okay, well, Chuck, well, thanks very much. 20 minutes ago. Yeah.
Well, 2.5 hours ago, I said I was gonna end it, but everyone came in. It got it kept getting better and better. So.
Well, it's just amazing.
I mean, this morning, this was awesome.
This is it. When we talk to somebody,
I gotta get London Man to come. I gotta get London Man to come up here and speak on some of the stuff he's been speaking on.
Yeah, I gotta.
And it'll have to be just London Man by himself because I know he don't get along with some other people, so I'll just have him up on his own.
Bring it.
Yeah, I definitely love to hear that. Yes.
It's been a while since London came by. And it came up and had a build. London Man used to come through and we would have such good builds.
Well, he did the rebuttal bar yesterday, and I mean, he said he's going to have karaoke night. Well, I mean, it was a few minutes into it before I realised just how it was all going. Actually, I was caught off guard a bit because, I said, "Oh yeah, I'll come and have a go at it," and then I realised, holy shit, do I have to sing? That's what I was thinking. Do I have to sing? And then he'd already had somebody lined up, but it was all part of the show. But for a while I was lost in the sauce, and I ended up singing the song 10 Guitars, which was sung by a guy called Engelbert Humbledink. And he's that was his stage name in New Zealand. He's a New Zealand Maori boy. And you can see he was very young when he sang that song.
I'd like to hear it.
It's a beautiful song. I love it. I mean, I still remember some of it. Maureen and I rewrote it out from what we remember yesterday after I'd finished, because I said, "Oh, look, I stuffed it up," with one of the verses at the end. But yeah, it's just go and have a listen. It's quite cool. I mean, I don't know, like my mates used to say to me when I was a kid, because it was like one of my escapes from my family because of the shit, and like it was just an escape route, and I would sing, and like I'd sing songs. We'd be at a party, and if the bloody batteries had run out on the bloody cassette player that we were dragging around with us, right, because we didn't have a power source out by the beach somewhere, I'd just sing songs out of memory, And yeah, I was a bit of the DJ sort of thing at a party years ago, you know. In my days, yeah, all interesting
I'm
fun.
gonna apologize.
But,
I got a little distracted because apparently there's 2 people in the chat. So really quick, I gotta ask this: Smoking and G Sharp. I'm forgetting who's in Oregon, and those 2 places I know very well. Let's just say that. Not living in those places, but like I travel, there's like forest roads, and that's what I was talking about earlier with the Table Rock thing is the Malala River Road.
so you did a bit of camping.
Oh, that's right. You've told me that. I'm so sorry. See, I get confused. And I remember G Sharp's told me that she used to live in Portland. And this isn't crazy far from that.
Hey,
I want to go.
Gee, I love her. She's bloody awesome. Awesome.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, sorry. It's just, it's like one of those things, like when you realize how some of us are so close to each other or have like had those connections. So
yeah, well, I mean, you've done a lot of obviously camping and tramping expeditions in your life.
Yes, and I'm a big outdoors person. I'm a photographer, and so I've gone out and done a lot. Like before I started doing video stuff. Now I'm trying to do a little bit more of that. But I'm just like, that's like my second home. And I'm like making a thing now where I want to try to, even in the winter, like make it set up my day. So I spend like an entire day outside. And I mean, cause I go hiking. So usually, I end up doing something like that, but yeah. So anyway.
Good on you, Rose. Yeah. Sarah. Good on you. Because, I'm an outdoors person. I'd rather be outdoors than indoors.
Yeah.
But,
and like, think about your house having that implemented where you kind of have an indoor feel to where you live, but you still have the little comforts that you need, but you just have that. I think all of us would just feel more at peace. And this has actually been done in studies where they did this in hospitals, and they took windows and had fake scenery. And they did a study where half the people had brick walls and the other half had nature, and who healed faster. You can imagine, right?
Of course. Yeah.
Right.
So. I mean, I still do it today when I'm uptight, when I'm distraught. Like to the point where I feel like I just want to burst out. I just go out and grab a big tree somewhere, go and find a tree, and then hug it, and even talk to it like my best friend,
Well, call me a hippie. I don't effing care. Freaking hug trees, and I do it on every hike.
Awesome.
Look at this thing, man. I never
nice
seen
to meet you, fellow tree hugger.
I'm part Sasquatch. It comes with the nature.
Oh, I love Sasquatch. I just want to. Have you seen the guy in Australia? He's got a whole show on the Sasquatch. It's called the Big Les Show.
I have not seen that.
Oh, you gotta see it. You got it. It's all cartoon.
I'm gonna go to this. There's a Sasquatch museum here in Oregon, and the only ever Sasquatch trap. They literally tried to make like a giant trap for him. And so I'm gonna go film both of those at some point and do a little video.
Oh wow, that is interesting. Holy! Because when you were talking about like the dreams of Sasquatch and cloaking all
I've had dreams of Sasquatch.
And well, that's the thing is that this guy he's in Australia, and he's got this this whole thing about Sassy the Sasquatch, and even like Sassy the Sasquatch and this other guy Donnie, I think they went to sleep, and the end of the world took place, and like the whole thing crashed, and then snow came, and and then something else arrived, and then they were back into reality again and started up again. It's just like a whole reset. Just cool, yeah. Anyway, you got to find it. I'll see if I can share it to Chuck, and then he might be able to bring it up on the show. Not yet.
Hold on. Let me show the movie so people can go watch it. No,
Yeah.
what was it called? Anyway, people won't watch it, but
Pulse, is it?
no, not that one.
Oh.
I forgot the name.
Not the creator movie I've watched. We watched 9 together. Bird Box, is it? Or Bird Cage, I'm not sure. I don't have a lot of time, Chuck, but yeah, just flick me the bloody link again. I'm not sure if we got the same. I'm running the same link, and I'd love to. I'll put this thing up about Sassy the Sasquatch in your thing, and maybe you can share it to Sarah and other people, and they might be able to have a look at it. But it's I think I've shared it in my channel on YouTube. I'll go and do a redo one because it's quite cool. It actually goes with a lot of what you're talking about. Mindful exposure. Okay.
Nice. Yeah.
Mm.
Appreciate that. We lost Charles again. I feel like we just like kicking him out. We're like taking over his show, Dean.
No, I gotta go and leave him to buddy.
I know I gotta get going too. Actually, I have some bread I got to make, some more sourdough.
Oh, good on you.
I got that skill set to bring to the table too, guys. All right.
Oh, crikey! Well, I need to come to your live so we can talk because mine makes bread too. Mm.
Oh yeah, I actually the other thing I want to do is I'm getting ready because I love kombucha, man. I drink so much of it, and I like weird ones like carrot and turmeric. Oh, yummy yum. So I'm going to
turmeric
make
and carrot. I like turmeric and I like carrot, so that sounds good. I'd like to learn about that one because we're growing our own carrots in the garden now.
Oh, great! Okay. So we're gonna make. Yeah, and I want to learn how to make my SCOBY from scratch, like the sourdough starter. We made it from wild organic apple skins. So like the SCOBY for the kombucha, I want to figure out how to make from the original source. And then I'll show you guys the process. And I already know how to, like I've done some, like me and an ex used to brew our own beer. So I kind of have, some, and we did cider.
I just got a kit the other day too. I'm going to start again. I'm gonna start brewing beer again. Yeah, I haven't done it for years.
When we live in my community, I love beer, and I'm going to have moderation, but we're definitely gonna have some brewing of our own beer while we're out there.
It's called Simulant. The movie Simulant.
Okay.
But yeah, I gotta jump off. And
we're okay. Yeah, much love to you guys. Thank you very much. I'm just so excited already.
Awesome. I know. Let's go, guys. All right, let's catch up soon, and we got plenty of action. I got your email, and so let's do this.
I'm going to have to get up a little bit earlier to catch you. I can see that. Yeah.
Well, I got it. It's a little flexible, so we'll just keep that in mind. It might actually be a little earlier than what I have it right now, too. So.
Okay, cool.
Peace to everyone in the chat. I usually say everyone's name, but there's so many people. Just peace and love to everyone. I appreciate you all. And thank you, Dean and Mindful. Boy
and Joe.
Crystal came up. Joe King. Thank you all. Marcel. Well, yeah, this is a good build.
Take care.
If this live isn't up on this channel, I'm gonna leave it up on my other channel, my backup, because I'm on live on 2 channels right now. So if people want to watch it again, you're gonna have to go to my Free Thinkers Lounge channel.
Okay, I've got all them.
Peace, Renegade.
Much love.
Renegade and Marcel came at the end. You guys should go back and watch it.
I will. Thank you.
Will do.
And yeah, Renegade, you guys missed a good show.
Peace out, guys. Later.
Peace, Dean. Have a great day, bro. One love.
Bye.
And thank you again, Mindful Exposures. Hopefully you come back for more.
Yeah, you know it. And like I said, I'll be sending you an email. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day. And peace, everyone. And I appreciate you all. And I'll check you out tomorrow, man. Have a great day. One love and peace of the gods.